Please be seated. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to today's council meeting. Please ensure mobile phones are switched on to silent to avoid any disruption to the meeting. If the fire alarm sounds, you'll be directed where to go. Please follow the instructions given by the officers. Please can I take this opportunity to remind members of the protocol to be followed at this meeting and the procedures in place in relation to speaking, which must be adhered to at all times. Please stand if you can for prayers. Reverend Neil Bowler, please, will lead us in prayer.
So let us pray. Heavenly Father, we come together today with thankful hearts for this opportunity to serve all of our communities. We ask for your guidance and your wisdom as we discuss the important matters that are before us. Fill our hearts with your Holy Spirit so that our words are seasoned with grace and our actions are just and for the common good. Help us to be patient and careful in our listening, and help us also to be open to your guidance, to put the needs of others above our own. Grant us the strength to make good and fair decisions that align with your will for the betterment of all people, without discrimination or favour. Help us to reflect in our lives, in our service to others, and in how we make our decisions, your kindness, your grace, and your compassion. In your name we pray. Amen. And now, if you wish to, do join with me in saying the traditional Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
Please be seated. Thank you, Reverend. Item agenda number is for apologies. Alan, can you confirm any apologies for absence, please?
Thank you, Chairman. We have apologies on behalf of councillors Dimberline, Duke, Hopton, Pickering, Shepherd, Smith, Steele, Talbot and West, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Nobody else with lights on? Declarations of interest. Are there any declarations of interest? If you would like to declare an interest, please press the button on your microphone and wait for me to call you to speak. Thank you. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Claire. Chair, I would like to declare an interest in motion 8D as I work alongside asylum seekers and refugees at Open Doors and Welcome House in Hull. Thank you.
Councillor Hammond, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to declare a non-pecuniary interest in motion G regarding the road safety issues outside schools, because I'm the Deputy Police and Crime Commissioner with lead responsibility for road safety. And then also, though we're not voting on it, just for transparency, the outside body question again, because I'm also the Deputy Police and Crime Commissioner, and obviously the PCC's office is leading on that consultation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Sargison, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'd like to declare a non-pecuniary interest in motion E as an employee of the DWP. Thank you.
Councillor Norman, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just declare a non-pecuniary in motion D as I own a guest house.
Thank you. Councillor Meredith, please.
Thank you, Chair. It is a non-pecuniary declaration for agenda item 8E, and I am an unpaid carer myself. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Needham, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to declare a non-pecuniary interest in that I am employed by a hotel hospitality company, and I also chair the Hull Humber and East Riding Hospitality Association.
Thank you. Councillor Stell, please.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to declare a non-pecuniary interest in 9G, and that so far as I've been involved in the campaign outside, just to belt and braces.
Thank you very much. Nobody else. So moving on to number 2, minutes. I move that the minutes of the meeting held on the 23rd July 2025 be approved and signed as a correct record. The Vice Chairman to second, please.
I beg to second, Chair.
Go to the vote, please. Thank you. That is carried. Number 3, petitions. There are no petitions. We're going to item agenda number 4, and it's questions by electors. Today we have Claire Moy to ask an elector's question. Councillor Moy, please. Claire Moy, sorry.
Hello, my name is Claire Moy, and I'm speaking to you today as both the parent of my own young child and on behalf of all parents at Woodmansey Primary School, who are deeply concerned for the safety of their children. The school now serves over 100 pupils as young as 3 years old, yet there isn't a parking provision. Zero, nothing. The most we have is an informal agreement with the kind proprietors of the village pub to utilise their car park. However, the walk is over half a mile down Hull Road, the main commuter road. The walk takes an adult on average 11 minutes, but we have children as young as 3 years old walking next to busy commuting traffic, HGVs, buses, speeding emergency vehicles, tractors and other farm vehicles with zero protection for more like 20 minutes. No barriers, no bumps, no cameras. What we do have are crashes, incidents, and ineffective and badly maintained zebra crossing. So many near misses where traffic is crossing over the very paths our young children are using to walk to school every day. And please do check the incident figures. The last crash happened literally at the weekend at the zebra crossing. At the other side of the school, parents are advised to use the village hall. For any of you who aren't familiar with Woodmansey Village Hall, let me enlighten you. There isn't even a footpath outside of the car park for children to reach the main road. Children have to walk on a fast country lane to get there. I'm sure you agree that it is simply unacceptable that we are asking our youngest children to navigate these risks twice a day, 5 days a week, 38 weeks a year. So to be very clear, that's 380 times a year you're instructing each parent to place their child in danger just to get to school. We've already seen national media coverage of the dangers. Look North have recently highlighted the urgent need for change. A report I sent to all of your inboxes last week, which I hope you've watched. The community is united in this call for a much safer environment for our children. We do not want to look back in regret, wishing we and you had acted sooner. A 20-mile-per-hour limit is the immediate common sense first step. But longer term, we must also look at parking provision, barriers and other protective measures. And there should absolutely be no higher priority for our council budgets and resources than the safety of our children. So to my elector question, nearly 400 parents and residents have signed a petition calling for a 20-mile-per-hour speed limit on the Hull Road outside Woodmansey Primary School, reflecting serious concerns about speeding, near misses and child safety. But this is not just a Woodmansey issue. Across the East Riding, many schools are located on near busy roads where speeding remains a daily risk. Given the national evidence that lower speeds around schools reduce accidents and protect children, will this council commit to rolling out 20-mile-per-hour zones outside of East Riding primary schools and on main roads where there is a clear risk to safety, and ensure that this starts without delay with Woodmansey School before the end of the school year? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor McMasters to reply, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your question. This is not my portfolio. The portfolio holder with responsibility for this couldn't be here today, so I'll try and do my best to answer your questions. If I do not answer your question satisfactorily, if you could email me and I'll endeavour to respond again after that. So thank you for your question. This council shares your concerns regarding road safety near schools and supports implementation of lower speed limits where appropriate. We follow national guidelines and apply speed limit policies to assess requests based on clear evidence, including collision histories. Across the East Riding, there are 124 primary schools, the majority of which already benefit from road safety measures, such as warning signs, pedestrian crossings, and traffic calming measures. These interventions, introduced under the Safer Routes to School program, continue to play a vital role in maintaining the safe highway environment. Whilst 20-mile-an-hour zones can be effective, they are not the universal solution. National guidelines recommend their use only where the average speeds are already low or where traffic measures can be added to bring speed limits down to ensure they are self-enforcing and deliver meaningful safety benefits. Any physical measures considered must take account of other factors such as the effects on emergency services, response times, and bus passenger comfort. A blanket 20-mile-an-hour policy is therefore not the right approach. Additionally, due to financial constraints and at the significant cost of implementing, the council is unable to fund 20-mile-an-hour zones outside every school at this time. Each scheme requires a lengthy traffic regulation order, signage, speed surveys, and a lot of officer time, costing as much as £6,000 and taking up to a year to successfully deliver. Funding for these schemes is not solely within the council's control and also subject to allocation from the Department of Transport and, more recently, the Combined Authority. We remain committed to delivering target schemes where they are most needed and will continue to explore opportunities as funding becomes available. With reference to Hull Road outside Woodminster School specifically, a scheme has been identified and will be added to the Traffic Management Forward Works program. The council remains committed to prioritizing locations where the need is greatest and encourages communities to engage with us through the established process. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McMasters. Right, so Claire, I hope that's all right for you. But like I say, if you get in touch with the council, like I said, he'll try to give you a bit more information. Item 5, communications. I have one communication for you all today. Given how long our full council meetings have been taken recently, group leaders have agreed to trial an earlier start time of 1 p.m. for the rest of the municipal year, starting from our 12th of November 2025 meeting. Item agenda 6, minutes of the Cabinet and committees. That the minutes of the meetings listed at item 6 on the council summons be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved and adopted. Vice Chairman to second, please.
I beg to second, Chair.
Thank you. To the vote, please. That is carried. Thank you very much. Item agenda number 7, leaders update. Councillor Handley, please.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, everyone. First of all, welcome back after recess. I hope you all managed to get some rest time during August. However, I could not let today go by without paying tribute to our Chief Executive, Alan Menzies. This is his very last full council after a 50-year career in local government. It is a truly remarkable milestone. It's half a century of commitment, leadership, and unwavering public service. Alan's career has been nothing short of extraordinary. From his early days in planning and economic regeneration to his recent role guiding this council through transformation and change, Alan has been a constant, steady, wise, and deeply respected officer. Alan's legacy is woven into the very fabric of East Riding. He has helped shape our communities, supported our businesses, and steered us through some of the most challenging times in recent history. Whether it was navigating the complexities of Brexit, responding to the pandemic, or leading the council through major organisational change, Alan has always led with integrity, clarity and compassion. His work on the Humber Freeport, his stewardship of regeneration projects and his role in establishing the Hull and East Yorkshire Combined Authority are just a few examples of his vision and impact. Alan has never been one to seek the spotlight, but his influence has been profound and lasting. What stands out most is Alan's character. He is thoughtful, collaborative, and deeply committed to the people he serves. He has mentored countless colleagues, championed innovation, and always put the needs of our residents first. His leadership has been a masterclass in public service. Alan, on behalf of the council, and indeed the entire East Riding community, I want to say thank you. Thank you for your wisdom. Thank you for your dedication and your tireless work over 5 decades. You leave behind not just a legacy of achievement, but a culture of excellence and care. We will miss you, Alan, but your legacy will continue to guide us. Thank you, Alan. Not, like I say, he's not one for being in the spotlight. I'd like to just move on briefly to some recent inward investment that we've received in the East Riding, and it's Metsa Tissue. And I'm delighted really to speak about the newly approved Metsa Tissue development, a project that stands as a beacon of economic regeneration, green industrial leadership, and long-lasting local prosperity. Metsa Tissue is a leading Finnish manufacturer, has chosen Goole as the site for its new state-of-the-art tissue paper mill. This is not just any investment, it's one of the largest of its kind in the UK, with several hundreds of millions of pounds committed over the next decade. The new facility will occupy around 200 acres and once fully operational, will have the capacity to produce 240,000 tonnes of tissue paper each year. The mill will create over 400 direct jobs at the facility, with thousands more supported across the supply chain and local economy. These are high quality, skilled positions that will offer new opportunities for local people and help retain talent in our region. This project is the result of close collaboration between Metsa Tissue, East Riding of Yorkshire Council, the Humber Freeport and national government partners. It demonstrates what we can achieve when we work together to attract world-class investment and deliver real benefits for our residents. And I'll just touch on the Welwick realignment, if I may. And I'm really pleased to speak about this. It's successful completion, which is part of the Outstrays to Scaflin scheme. This project strengthens our flood defences with a 4.5 kilometre embankment, protecting homes, farmland and infrastructure from rising sea levels and tidal flooding. It also delivers environmental benefits, creating vital intertidal habitats and installing bird hives shaped by community input. New bridleways, car parks and accessible paths make the area welcoming for all. At Outstray Farm, we're trailing regenerative grazing to improve soil and water retention and investment in sustainable land management. Through school outreach and museum exhibitions, we've also brought this story to life for future generations. I'd like to thank everyone involved, from the Environment Agency to our local residents. Together, we've built a safer, greener future for Holderness. And last night, and this is absolutely hot off the press, East Riding of Yorkshire Council had a strong presence at the National Highways Awards in London. Our winter services team being shortlisted for one of the awards and Live Labs 2 project being shortlisted for 5. And I'm delighted to inform you it was a successful night all round, putting East Riding of Yorkshire Council firmly on the national excellence map. Our winter services team fought off strong and intensive competition to come away with their award for the winter service delivery and resilience, and the Live Labs project claimed the Environmental Sustainability Award and received a highly commended recognition in both partnerships and team of the year categories. Overall, a very successful night, and well done to those teams. They fought off a lot of really good competition, and we won. So that's something to celebrate. Finally, a quick update on the MCA. Tomorrow, we are interviewing for a permanent chief executive. The first scrutiny and audit panel has now taken place, and the next mayoral combined authority meeting will be held this Friday, the 26th of September at Aura Innovation Centre at 11 o'clock. And as always, you are more than welcome to join us. That's my update, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Leader. Councillor Jefferson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Does the Leader agree with me? I feel truly privileged to stand here today and reflect on Alan's incredible journey with this council. It must be 30 years ago when I was one of the 4 leaders who interviewed him, rightly or wrongly. That was when he wished to join the East Riding of Yorkshire Council. From the very first meeting, it was clear he was someone special, thoughtful, and deeply committed to making a difference. What followed was a journey marked by dedication, integrity, and unwavering sense of responsibility to the people and the place that we all in here serve. Alan did not just rise through the ranks. He earned every single step, ultimately leading to where he is today as our CEO. With wisdom, compassion, and strength. But what most stands out to me is his availability and support. No matter the time of day, even on a Sunday, he's always there. That kind of commitment is rare, and it speaks volumes about the kind of leader and person he is. Alan, your legacy is not just in the policies or the progress, but in the trust that you have built with the people you have inspired and the quiet moments of support you have offered to me when it mattered most. Thank you for everything that you have left here at East Riding, and all of us who have been lucky enough to work alongside you. We wish you all the very best in your next chapter of life. You've truly earned it. And I wish you good health and continued happiness for the future and for your family. And honestly, today, I would buy a second-hand car off you.
Councillor Hanley, can you answer that question, please? Councillor Walker, with your question, please.
Chairman, Does the leader agree with me that some things are worth getting a front row seat for? Through the chair, huge thanks, Mr. Menzies, for your help and guidance, for your extraordinary knowledge of how local government really works, and for your reports from Selhurst Park, maybe less so. I fully expect you ain't seen nothing yet to be applicable. From this group, Alan, sincere thanks, the very best of fortune.
Councillor Hannah, to respond to that question, please.
And I agree with everything that Councillor Walker has just said.
Thank you, Councillor Healy, to ask this question, please.
Would the leader agree that as Alan hands over the reins to his successor, he leaves behind more than just projects or policies? He leaves a legacy of commitment, of believing in the potential of the East Riding, of public service worn with dignity, and a track record of getting things done. And would she agree that on behalf of all those whose lives have been touched by his work, colleagues, councillors, residents, we say thank you. And may his well-earned retirement give him rest, reflection, and new joys, knowing he has played a monumental role in shaping what our East Riding is and will become.
Thank you, Councillor Hannah. To respond, please.
Great words, completely agree with you, Councillor Healy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Hammond, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Menzies, for all your hard work over the years. But also, I think a thank you to our street scene services teams who have just won those national awards last night, and in particular on the winter maintenance teams award. Obviously, that was actually a council-led policy, which led to that great success last night. And just remind residents of what that was. It was to ensure rural communities and secondary gritting routes get gritted at the same time as the primary road network, so that everybody gets their fair share of gritting. However, sadly, we know the national government is looking to review council funding formulas, and one of the things they're looking to potentially remove for rural authorities is winter maintenance funding. So will the leader agree with me that she'll help us do all we can to maintain that fantastic service that is now nation leading?
Councillor Hammond, to respond, please.
Thank you for your question, Councillor Hammond. I certainly will. It's really important. In 1,000 square miles, we are a very rural area, and we actually need our gritters doing the job to keep our residents safe. And I will do everything I can to ensure that it continues. Thank you very much for your question.
Councillor Fox, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, my question's here for the leader regarding the paper mill. Although it's very good news, it will bring lots of money and jobs into the area. I have to mention White City, the 10 houses that are there opposite. I'm wondering if we'll be giving them any help and support at all. It'll be bringing a lot of money into the area. It'll be totally changing their whole life. Those houses have been there as long as I can remember. I think they were built in the First World War. And it looks out onto the countryside. So I'd like to think that we're going to look at those residents and the difference in their life, and there'll be a lot of money about, and I hope that we're going to take care of them. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor, please.
Councillor Fox, thank you very much for your question. As you know, I also am a resident at White City. I live there too. And if there is money to be had, that has to be a discussion between Metzer Tissue or a compensation or whatever you're looking for. That needs to be a discussion between Metzer Tissue and the residents, including myself, of White City. I'm quite sure once we get the rates uplift, there will be, well, I know for a fact that the residents are in talks with Metzer Tissue about a 40 mile an hour rather than 60 mile an hour. I know they're talking about moving the bus stops. They are working with the residents as much as they can. But from a financial point of view, I'm afraid that this council has no no power over what Met City Shoe can give financially or not give financially, but I do know they are working with the local residents. I am one of them. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, councillor. Right then, moving on to agenda item number 8. Councillor Aitken, the portfolio holder for children, families and schools, will make an oral report. Thank you.
And thank you very much indeed, Chairman. I want to start very quickly by doing a quick shout out for your help. So November is Care Leaver Month here in the East Riding, where we will be celebrating our care leavers and sharing their stories. And during the month, we will be organising some takeover events, and we would very much like for some of our young people to come and shadow you in aspects of the work that you do. As elected members and proud corporate parents, I'm sure that you will want to get involved. So please, can you let me know any times or any shadowing opportunities that you can offer during November? Just ping me an email and I'll get you connected to the right people. So thank you for that. But now over to the main meat of my update. Social care reforms. Don't all groan. They have to be done. You will all have heard across both the news and through parliamentary debates that there are changes afoot in children's social care. So today I want to share some of those important changes and how we intend responding in our area. This is not just for here in the East Riding, but right across the country. These changes are driven by the National Families First Partnership Programme, following the government's Stable Homes Built on Love review of children's social care. The Families First Partnership Programme is a national policy setting the direction of how services for children should work everywhere. Our local vision for East Riding must be firmly rooted in this national ambition. This is part of a much bigger movement to transform support for children and families where the system focuses on early intervention and support and the least intrusive and restrictive level of intervention, moving away from that intensive and costly crisis intervention. But, as always, there's a but, and it's a big but. East Riding has only received a relatively small grant compared to many other local authorities, and I don't apologise for yet again bleating on about the funding formulas. Members will be hearing more about the funding formulas as we are discussing the full council budget and move into budget setting later in the year for next year. So because of the relatively low grant, this means that we have to do more with less yet again. So here locally, we're looking at about £750,000 grant, whereas our neighbours or other local authorities are getting millions. For example, 3.5 million next door. But we'll do it. We're looking to deliver a new model of support for families, including paying for key posts that are essential to making partnership working a reality. For example, our police and ICB partners will need to have a key lead person seconded to the programme, and their roles must be funded from this grant. Even our own head of service for the programme transformation must be paid for from this same pot. So we are facing real pressures, and it will be more difficult for us than for other areas. It's important to remember that these services are not city located like neighbouring areas, but that we cover 1,000 square miles of geography and need to support our residents in all communities. Early intervention is all about locality. All of this being said, and despite these challenges, we are determined to make it work because our children and families deserve the very best. So what actually do the changes look like? The reforms are built on some simple but powerful ideas. Firstly, we want to help families earlier, before problems get too big, and we want that support to be based in our communities, not just in council offices. That means making sure help is easy to find, close to home, and quick to access. Second, we're breaking down barriers between services. No more working in silos. Health, education, police, the council, and of course the voluntary sector all need to work together, sharing information and making joint decisions. Third, we're recognising the strength of families themselves. This includes the wider family. So this means kinship carers, the wider community. They all have a part to play. And finally, we're putting relationships and stability at the heart of everything we do. Every child deserves a loving, safe, stable home. But we can't do this alone. Partnership is absolutely key. And that's where all of you as councillors come in. You have a vital role in encouraging our residents, your residents, to get involved in shaping how these services are delivered. We want families, young people, and community members to share their experiences and ideas so that what we build is truly reflects the needs and strengths of what we need in the East Riding. By championing this co-production, you can help make sure our approach is shaped not just by national policy, but by the voices of local people. This is just the start of the conversation. So this is my heads up to you guys. I'm making you aware of these changes now, but there will be plenty of opportunities coming for both residents and councillors to get involved and have your voices heard. I'll be letting you know exactly how and when you and the people you represent can help shape the way these services are delivered in the East Riding. Your experiences, ideas and feedback will be vital as we move forward together. So please watch this space. More information will be coming soon about how you can take part. And I'm expecting the consultations to be ongoing from very much early next year. So I'm looking, hopefully January time, we'll be consulting with our communities. There are partnership workshops being arranged as we speak so that we're getting our partners together to understand their journey. And this is a journey that it won't always be easy, especially with the funding challenges that we face. But by working together, being creative and listening to our communities, we can deliver real change. In summary, the Families First Partnership Programme is about building a system that works for every child and family with the partnership at its heart. Together, we can make East Riding's children get the best possible start in life. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Whitaker, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Aiken. You will not be surprised to see that I've risen to discuss neurodiversity and in ensuring that we include neurodiversity in all the stuff that we do. I have just recently taken on a new role within the NHS with the Autism Mental Health Support Service. It's a 16+ service, so would be relevant, which is a reactive service. It's an on-caseload holding service, but would be one that would be interested to speak to as well. So, and I know we say this at the end of every meeting in which you talk, but we really should get together and have a chat at some point.
That was a question.
Yeah, good. Thank you. Next time. Councillor Redshaw, please.
Thank you, Chair. My question is,
There was a question, wasn't there? Okay, go on.
Thank you very much, Chairman, and I really appreciate. Obviously, I've always got. I know that I'm speaking about things that are very close to your heart. Yes, we definitely need to continue having conversations and building on your knowledge and your learning. And I say that to everybody in the room because you all have experiences of your own. You're all connected in one way or another to family life and to children. And that's why I'm appealing for this wider conversation. But yes, we will pick up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Redshaw.
Thank you, Chair. My question again is in relation to autism. I've recently been having contacts with parents of PDA children, which stands for pathological demand avoidance, which is often but not exclusively seen in children with autism. And currently the condition is not recognised by this authority, which is causing some considerable problems for the parents and the children. And I'm wondering if Councillor Aitken will take this away and take it away for further consideration. Thank you.
Councillor Aitken, please.
Yes, absolutely, Councillor Regishaw. Definitely, I will take that away. Obviously, I'm a layperson. It's not for me to answer the question, but I certainly will take that away to senior officers and ask for you to get a response. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nobody else, so we'll go on to Councillor Stell, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, colleagues. I'm pleased to bring this motion as written today, which I hope members will see as a practical, measured proposal to support safer roads outside schools across our area. When it comes, it comes in response to growing concerns raised by residents, school leaders and local councillors, concerns I know many of us here will be familiar with in our own wards. In this case, it was Woodmansea Primary School on Hull Road that prompted the conversation. Parents there have been calling for a reduction in the speed limit outside the school from 30 mile an hour to 20 mile per hour due to the volume and speed of traffic on Hull Road. And if you're not familiar with Hull Road, it's a busy A road, one of the main roads between Beverley and Hull, and the school actually is situated on a blind bend. Over the summer, local parent Claire led a campaign after a petition launched on the website change.org, asking for a 20 mile an hour speed zone on Hull Road to improve safety. That petition has now gathered nearly 400 signatures, which speaks to the strength of local feeling and the sense of urgency within the school community. For context, the school has 100 pupils on its roll. Claire is here in the chamber today and has asked an elector question to the council. And I want to thank her for a thoughtful and constructive way that she's approached the issue. And I hope we'll take her questions seriously and work together to find a way forward. While this motion begins with Woodmansea, it's not just about one location. Many of us have heard similar concerns in other parts of the East Riding, from residents, from governors, from head teachers, whether it's speeding traffic, unsafe crossings, or a lack of visibility at busy times of the day. There are a number of schools situated on main roads where families feel safety could be improved. This motion is an opportunity to look at those areas in a joined-up way, with local councillors and communities helping to guide the response. It also gives us a framework to prioritise where we act first, based on data, on formal concerns raised, and on the types of road layout and the vehicle speeds that are most likely to benefit from additional safety measures. The call for 20 mile an hour speed limits outside schools is not new. The safety case is well established as well. The Royal Society for the Prevention of Accidents reports that a pedestrian stroke at 30 miles an hour has a 1 in 5 chance of being killed. At 20 miles an hour, that risk drops to 1 in 40. That's a significant difference. And it's why so many councils like our own, actually, have now taken steps to reduce speeds near schools already, particularly where there is a known risk or strong community support. This is not about blanket restrictions, nor is it about penalising drivers. It's about taking sensible steps in the right places to improve safety, especially for children and families on foot. The motion today sets out 5 practical actions. Number 1, yes, I'm being a bit parochial with this one, introduce a 20 mile an hour speed limit on Hull Road, Woodmansea, as a starting point, where the need is clear and community support is already overwhelming. 2, review other schools where formal concerns have already been raised, not to launch a full county-wide review, but to take a closer look at those locations where residents or councillors have flagged potential safety issues. 3, use evidence to guide decisions. And I know we already do this, but it's about ensuring wherever we take action, wherever there's 20 mile an hour zones, improved crossings or other safety measures, we have a clear rationale. 4, ensure new measures don't displace traffic or cause issues elsewhere by involving local councillors and residents in any planning and design. And 5, access external funding where possible, such as through the Safer Roads Fund or Active Travel England, so that we can keep this affordable and avoid placing additional strain on the council's core budgets. This isn't a political motion, and it's not about placing blame or suggesting we've got things wrong. In fact, I want to recognise that the council has made improvements to road safety in a number of locations over recent years, often working closely with parish councils and highways officers to make that happen. What this motion offers is a next step, a way to continue that work, supported by the communities that are asking for it. It also recognises the pressure our highways teams are under and seeks to keep things proportionate, deliverable, and based on local need. Chair, I hope this motion comes across in the way it's intended, not as a criticism, but as a constructive proposal. We all want children to be safe outside their schools. We all understand the importance of using evidence and community input to guide what we do. People like Claire and the residents behind the petition in Woodmansey are showing a great deal of care for their community. Let's meet that with a commitment to listen and take reasonable steps where we can. I'd be very happy to work with any members who want to bring forward similar concerns in their wards, and I know our officers will be too. If this motion is supported today, we can begin making progress, starting with Woodmansey Primary School, and then using that same approach to address other areas where there is a clear case for action. Thank you, and I hope you'll support the motion.
Thank you, Councillor. To second, Councillor Whitaker, please.
Thank you, thank you, Chair. I'm pleased to second this motion today. At the heart, this is about something very simple: keeping children safe on the way to school. We have in front of us not just a set of words on paper, but the voices of parents, residents, and even the children themselves who have stood outside this county hall to ask us for help. Nearly 400 parents have signed this petition, as Councillor Astle just said, calling for a 20 miles per hour speed limit outside Woodmansey Primary School. That's not a small token number. It represents nearly every family connected to the school, united in saying that this current situation on Hull Road is unsafe. The evidence they describe is stark. Children as young as 3 walking 10 to 20 minutes along Hull Road beside fast-moving HGVs, buses, tractors and cars with no barriers, no bumps and no cameras. A zebra crossing that is routinely ignored. Parents forced to park half a mile away at the Watermans or at the village hall and then walk toddlers down this busy commuter route. Other parents parking near the school, not because they want to, because it's the only logical way to keep their children safe. And tragically, as one parent has put it, it's not a question of if an accident will happen, but when. Colleagues, we do not have time to wait for a tragedy to learn. The community has come to us with a clear, reasonable, evidence-based first step, a 20 miles per hour outside of the school. But this motion goes further than one location. It asks us to take Woodmansey as the starting point for a targeted review of safety outside of the schools, where concerns have been raised. It asks us to use data and evidence, not hunches. It decides where 20 miles an hour improved crossings or enforcements are most needed. It makes clear that we must avoid displacing problems onto surrounding roads. And it commits us to looking for external funding from Safer Road Fund or Active Travel England, so that we can act responsibly without placing undue burden on our council budgets. To me, this is exactly how local government should work: listening to residents, grounding decisions in evidence, and acting before harm is done. Chair, every one of us here knows how it feels to drop a child off at school or see children walking along the road. And we know instinctively that their safety must come before the convenience of drivers. As one parent put in frustration, they couldn't care less about the inconvenience of drivers when it comes to the risk of children. I would encourage all members to support this motion. Let us send a clear message today to parents, to schools, and most importantly, to the children of Woodmansey and beyond, that their safety is not negotiable, that when they speak, their counsellors will listen, and that we are prepared to act now, not after it's too late. I formally second.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hammond, please.
Thank you, Chair. The Conservative Group will be supporting the motion today as we feel it completely endorses the motion myself and Councillor West brought quite some time ago, and the work that's already going on the back of that to look how we can use 20-mile-an-hour zones more effectively where there is a sensible local need. Of course, schools are a key sensible local need, and members hopefully will be aware there's 4 trials currently going on the East Riding in Hedge, Flamborough, Beeford and Swanland to look at the effectiveness of 20-mile-an-hour zones. So fully support the motion. We're already moving towards that anyway, so we'll be voting to support it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Gill, please.
Thank you, Chair. Well, 25 years ago, I was a councillor on this council, and we campaigned for 20-mile-an-hour outside schools, especially on main roads. So yes, I'll be supporting this. The situation then, we got all in my ward and elsewhere, I believe, 20-mile-an-hour, and it still is the case. But what I can't understand is why it just didn't carry on in especially places like where you have a main road, like Woodmansey, and a situation. So yes, I don't know why it hasn't just carried on and you haven't been on a list where, you know, you should be seeing a 20-mile-an-hour sign. As we know, speed kills, and we try our hardest in lots of different ways to look at the way we can save our children to school. So let's hope we all support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Aitken, please.
Thank you very much indeed, Chairman. I will be supporting the motion, fully support this. I support the ethos and the principle of why it's been brought as well. But what I want to do and what I'm not hearing, and that is for us all to shout out very loudly to those motorists and those road users that are actually not considering the fact there are signs on the roadsides of every school that says, be careful, there are children here crossing, drive carefully, slow down. But do they? No, they don't. So I think what I'm standing up to ask for is for us all to appeal to those road users, and some of those are parents as well. They are our own community, and a lot of the time to actually consider the dangers that they cause to our children, potentially by not being polite and considerate when they're driving their vehicles and parking them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Wilkinson, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, children's safety. How could you not vote for this? I had to read the motion very carefully because often motions that look as though you cannot possibly not vote for it hide something somewhere that I don't agree with. In this case, that's not the case. It's a wonderful motion. I don't have any options. I will have some little thoughts, though. First of all, I mean, the elector mentioned the very thing that she was worried about the drivers who were speeding coming down the road, doing more than 30 miles an hour. That they ignored, as the seconder said, that they ignored things like the zebra crossing, etc., which is disgraceful. I'm not 100% sure how changing a sign from 30 miles an hour to 20 will stop someone who's going to speed anyway. And that's the unfortunate thing. A bit like when we had COVID and we had to make a massive campaign to say that people, when they came out of a toilet, should wash their hands. And you kind of were shocked at why we were having to tell people to do that. It's why, and I think Councillor Aitken has just mentioned, how sad that we have to tell someone when they're passing a school with young children that they have to slow down, and that we have to be here in this council chamber suggesting that that's necessary. Isn't that a sad reflection of the general public? But the most important thing that I think that this doesn't mention also is that one of the most dangerous and greatest threats to our children are the very parents who bring the children to school. They park inconsiderately, they park illegally, they park for minutes. I have been in my own schools because of our campaign with head teachers, watching parents come and park in zigzag crossings right in front of the school. And when you challenge them, you get abuse, you get shouted at. Yet these are the very people who are looking to support reducing a speed limit, which I absolutely agree with and have no worry whatsoever with that. But I do think we also need to bring it on and do a little bit of a campaign through all of us, and especially the elector who was mentioning this with her group of people. Talk to the parents. They're just as big a problem as the speeders. Ask them not to park dangerously throughout the whole of East Riding. And at the same time, let's deal with the speeding scourge that we have. I can honestly say, hand on heart, at 30 miles an hour, the best thing I've ever done is have a speed limiter on my car. The minute I drive in, I flick it onto 30. When I come to a school, I flick it onto 20, despite the fact I'm abused by drivers behind me who hate the fact I dropped to 20. But having young grandchildren, I'm afraid I really don't care. So I will support this wholeheartedly. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Yep, 20 is plenty. Councillor Burtell, please.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to start by commending the elector for the question and for the work that she's done within the community, and also for the councillor who's brought up the motion, Councillor Estelle. It's a well-written motion. I fully support it. My tuppence worth, if you like, is 90% chance of dying if you hit at 40 miles an hour, and we still have 2 schools, including one in my constituency, Boynton School, which has over 100 participants, what they call pupils, but it also has a nursery school, so it's under 3s. I know a lot of work's been done on the trod path and making it safer, but it is still 40 miles an hour with a 90% chance of being killed. And that's an adult that's got 90% chance of being killed. So no offence to Woodmansey, I would love for Boynton School to be at the top of the list when you expand your 4 schools to many more, and I would quite happily support 20 miles an hour in front of every school. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Henderson, please.
And thank you for bringing this motion to council. I just wanted to remind anyone of any doubt to not vote in favour of this motion of some numbers which I brought in a previous motion around speed indicator devices outside primary schools, which everyone in this chamber voted in favour of. The average price of a paramedic team attending a road traffic incident it averaged around £14,000. In the UK in 2016, 69 children died in road traffic incidents, and over a 5-year period outside of schools, 17 young people suffered serious injuries or fatalities outside of school in road traffic incidents. I don't see any reason why anyone would not vote in favour of this motion, and thank you for bringing it to this council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Meredith, please.
Thank you, Chair. Now, awareness is important, and so I wanted to speak very briefly, as it's worth noting that in the Environment and Regeneration Overview and Scrutiny Committee held last June, child design signs were something that the committee supported unanimously, specifically to ensure that there was a greater awareness of when there's a higher level of risk present. After all, children are usually smaller than cars and with less road sense, having never driven one, so they can pop out at a moment's notice and they don't necessarily know the risk of the action they're undertaking. Now, on the subject of awareness, Mr. Chairman, I should qualify that this motion asks for 20-mile-an-hour zones to be considered near schools such as Woodmansey. The important words here are considered and such as. With this in mind, I wanted to be an honest politician. I wanted to make everyone aware in this room and everyone watching that the decision today does not create an obligation to implement a 20-mile-an-hour zone, let alone set a time limit as suggested by Mrs. Moy earlier when the question was raised. I can appreciate the comments of Councillors Estelle and Whittaker. I share their passion on this subject as well as the conclusion they've reached, but both have intimated that supporting this today is to give Woodmansey a priority, and I felt the need to qualify that this is not the case. as Councillor Hammond pointed out earlier, that this work began a few years ago when the 20s Plenty scheme was launched. And should that be successful, that is a trial after all, that will be the footprint to roll it out across the county and therefore achieve what Councillor Gill pointed out, that continued progression of improving safety on all our roads. I also agree with the other comments as raised by Councillor Wilkinson about safety measures, and Mrs Moy indeed as well, about sensible parking and driving. And I wanted to assure all those that are present here today that the Environment and Regeneration Committee debated this at length. It was a 3-hour meeting and it was a single agenda item. I've sat on scrutiny committees for a decade. I've never seen one committee have one agenda item for that and to take the full 3-hour time frame to discuss it. We took it very seriously. Therefore, Mr Chairman, I urge everyone here to support the motion, to watch the meeting from the Environment Committee in June if they've got a very big cup of tea and a lot of biscuits present. And I won't take any more time here because truthfully, this is a rabbit hole that we could discuss all day. But the fact is we still wouldn't find a reason not to support this motion. So I'll simply say we should and I'll sit down. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Blakeston, please.
Thank you, Mr Chairman. Just a very quick point, if I may. All of us obviously have schools in our wards, and it almost beggars belief that we're talking about introducing safety measures. We almost ought to be putting every safety measure available to us outside the school gates. So I really welcome the trial, and hopefully the results of that will be adopted across the East Riding. I've worked closely with the school council at the Driffield Junior School, and one of the most powerful things they did was to produce a video. Now, these are young children who stood outside the school gates and recorded parents parking on the footpath, parking on double yellow lines, jumping through the red lights, trying to get to work on time, all that kind of stuff. They produced the video, we showed it to the town council, and they've used it to try to get a bit of sense, shall we say, put in place with the parents, particularly who tend to cause some of these issues around school time. So I'd urge anyone maybe to take that approach and get the youngsters to do a YouTube style video and put it on the Facebook page. Secondly, myself and my ward councillors in Driffield and rural, we do have issues in the rural villages, particularly places like Garton on the Wolds. And we have worked with the parish council there to come up with a solution which also sort of combats the budgetary issue, in so much that the parish council have decided to match fund some of the traffic calming measures, and therefore the impact on this council's budget has been lessened. And that's something I think would be worth looking into. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bayram, please.
Thank you, Chair. I've forgotten how to use the buttons. It's such a long time since I've sat here. In North Cave, we had what was called a walking school bus. And, sorry, the parents who were very worried about their children and the traffic and everything all got together, parked their cars in the White Hart car park, and then gathered all the children together and walked together with the children on the inside and the parents on the outside. Now, I know that might not be possible in Woodmansey, but it might be an idea so that you feel safer, and the walking school bus is a good idea. And people were very glad to do it, and it creates a bit of harmony in the village and things like that. People can all go for a coffee after that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Fox, please.
Oh, thank you, Chair. As I've listened to this debate today, I've just had to come in because I feel that we should be always protecting our young people. And most schools have all had the same problem, parking outside schools. And I'd like to see a 20-mile-an-hour zone outside all schools. We have to start looking at this problem because it is a problem, the way people park outside schools. And sometimes it's young mothers I know they have to work today in most cases, parking up and rushing off, you know, the kids being taken out the cars and it's a nightmare. I've seen it as I go around. And while I'm here, I always have a thanks to Cowick School. The local farmer gave a piece of land there, and now all those cars are parked and all those children are safe. So I'd like to mention that, Cowick School and the local farmer. Very good indeed. So yeah, I so support this motion. We must protect our young people. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Cousins, please.
The first parish council meeting that Councillor Needham and I went to, local residents were threatening to set fire to bins to slow the traffic down around their school. We've worked hard with those and started to get some real solutions in place. This is a great motion. Let's not have any more bin fires. Let's just support it and deliver. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm quickly looking up. There are no more members waiting to speak, and I'll call on Councillor Stell to close the debate, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to everybody who's spoken in support of the motion today. It's quite unusual for me to bring something, I think, that's got such universal support. I wasn't expecting it, but I'm thrilled. So thank you. I just wanted to highlight that, yeah, absolutely. I mean, we shouldn't be, we should be criticising the drivers and their mentality, but unfortunately, sometimes a little bit of gentle persuasion and then a little bit of stick needs to come into it as well. And actually, the introducing a new speed zone does reduce average speeds. And a study for Transport for London found that speeds dropped by 2 to 6 miles per hour. So that's without regular enforcement as well. And that can make significant differences in terms of safety. 1 or 2 miles an hour at that point, it really does make all the difference. Thank you for supporting it. And thank you to Councillor Meredith for reminding myself, Claire, and all the parents watching across the county, in fact, not just at Woodmansea, that, hey, the work doesn't stop here today, and we will only be done when we've achieved what we've set out to achieve, and we've got the 20 mile an hour and other safety measures at our primary schools. So we're to keep on the hard work, but thank you very much for your support. I'll close the debate. Thank you.
Thank you. The debate is now closed. We'll go to the vote, please. You all know what you're doing. And that is carried. Thank you. Next motion, Councillor Nolan, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just briefly read out the motion, which is that this council notes the problem of encroachment by hedges obstructing public footpaths. Whilst it's an inconvenience to our residents, it causes a particular problem for those using disability buggies or prams. And secondly, the council undertakes to publicise through current available means to remind residents of their responsibility to manage their hedges so as not to cause obstruction. Now, I notice there is an amendment on the order paper, and with the agreement of council, I'm happy to incorporate that amendment into the substantive motion. It doesn't deprive the people of speaking on it, but I'm moving that I accept the amendments into the motion.
You got a seconder for that? Yeah. 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 Right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Now, I noticed on the previous debate, or motion, which is about similar in a way, it's about safety. It was about safety outside schools. I did feel that perhaps not so many members needed to speak in favour, given that we're all in agreement. And I would hope that if we're all in agreement with this, members don't all feel the need to press their buttons, because it is a long day ahead of us. I
I've had in the past year something like 20 complaints of hedges obstructing. The complaints come to me from residents. Occasionally, if I'm walking around the ward, I see an obstruction, but most of them are from residents. Now, historically, I used to knock on the door of the householder and say, you know, sorry, it's Councillor Nolan, and most of the time people didn't realise. They don't look. They're not so conscious of it obstructing. But sometimes you do get a few people who get very defensive and can get quite aggressive about it, and they want to know who's complained and why aren't you dealing with, you know, X, Y, Z. So my approach in the past year has been to refer it through to the council, and they will go and have a look. They'll judge whether they think it's obstruction, and issue a letter to the householder to remove the obstruction if it's a private property, and then go back and check. Now that always a cost, and I'm always conscious of that. So I'd rather the council avoided costs where it can, because it's not a good use of officers' time, or certainly there should be a better use of officers' time. But my second thing is the letter itself, and because it's strongly worded, it can, I think, cause offence, particularly if it comes as a surprise. I mean, I myself, and I put my hand up to this, I myself have had one of those letters in the past about a tree that was obstructing on the road and a bus was hitting it. And I dealt with it, but my preference would be to go for education rather than letters from the council. So I would hope that members are aligned with me on this one, in the sense that there is a bit of a cost, and also it's not really nice to be getting a letter from the council, perhaps with their council tax bill as well. But if we can work towards educating through the available means of newsletters, perhaps some posters in customer service centres. Now, before I put this motion, I contacted Street Scene to say, you know, what are we doing? And they said, oh, we put a notice in last year. We haven't done anything this year. We've been told not to overdo it because it loses its impact. But I take the view that repetition is often the best way to get a message across. So, you know, if people see it 3 times, it may well get through. Don't overdo it, but more than once a year. So I'd hope that members would support the principle here, which is that let's try and help educate our residents rather than taking action against them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bovill to second, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to support this amended motion.
Right, yeah, so sorry, we heard the amendment, what Councillor Nolan said, which was going to be Councillor Needham's, and they're both happy with that. Are we happy to go straight to the vote? Yeah, show of hands, please. Nice one, rock and roll. Yeah. Councillor Nolan to close the debate, please.
Yeah, I'll close the debate and hope that all members are in agreement. Thank you.
Right, to the vote then, please. You all know what you're doing. And that is carried. Thank you very much. Next one, Councillor Cantrell, please.
I bring this motion because of conversations I've had with people in the East Riding, shop workers, cafe, restaurant staff and all education staff, and our own frontline council workers. Many have told me about the rise in verbal abuse, misogynistic comments and more generally aggressive behaviour from some members of the public. All of our frontline workers keep our community running. They serve us every day, keep our streets clean, support our most vulnerable residents and create the welcoming spaces that make the East Riding such a good place to live. They deserve to feel safe and respected while they work, yet too often they are being met with abuse. Abuse, threats of violence, misogynistic comments on social media via a keyboard is one thing, but in person it is a serious issue. Let's be clear, misogynistic remarks are not banter. Aggressive behaviour is not something that staff should have to put up with. It damages people's well-being. pushes good workers out of jobs, and chips away at the welcoming character of our East Riding. This motion commits us to taking action. That means working with local businesses to share training and resources so staff know how to respond to abuse, strengthening reporting systems so that incidents are logged and acted upon, and partnering with the local police and community groups to send a strong message that abuse and misogyny will not be tolerated here. Leading by example, ensuring our own council workers are protected and supported. And finally, it means running a clear public campaign to say with one voice that respect for workers is part of what makes the East Riding safe and welcoming. By supporting this motion, we show solidarity with the people on the front line in our shops, cafes, restaurants, libraries and all council services. And we send a message that the East Riding is a place where respect matters and abuse has no place. Please support this motion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Nolan to second, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'll second it very briefly, just to say that fully support this motion from Caroline, and I hope all members will support it in the spirit it's intended. I mean, I noticed when I was driving on the road here to the council meeting today, there's suddenly been a lot of changes at Jock's Lodge. And I, for one, ended up at Morrison's, and I also ended up driving out into the countryside because it's very confusing. But it did make me look at the signs, and I noticed quite a few signs saying we will not tolerate abuse of the workforce on this site. And I saw several, and I was thinking, you know, a little bit like Councillor Wilkinson earlier on said about when he saw signs saying, please wash your hands after using the toilet. You wonder why on earth you have to have those signs, because surely it's common sense that should happen. So yes, abuse should not be tolerated. It shouldn't be tolerated anywhere. It should not be it should not be tolerated outside the workplace. It should not be tolerated on social media and all the other things that go on in our society. So fully support the motion and hope members will back it.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Tucker, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I personally support this motion. I think it's a very worthwhile motion coming to full council. I think abuse in any form should not be tolerated, whether it's in these chambers, out in the general public. So I personally will be giving this my full support. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Wilkinson, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I too absolutely support this motion. And just quickly, I just wanted to mention that it goes through a number of areas in which people get abuse. One of the ones it misses is this very chamber, all the 67 of us here. We're open to abuse every single day. And, you know, maybe members should also be included. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Burtell, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm going to be voting against this motion today, so I wanted to explain why. And it's ultimately the last sentence. To call for stronger national protections and greater legal deterrence. For me, although absolutely support that we should be encouraging everyone to be respectful at all times and to not abuse each other. That, again, you'd think it was common sense. But for me, I do not want to call for stronger legal deterrence when I can see people are already being locked up for social media posts. I believe in free speech, and I think we're already towing a very questionable line. And so I do not think we should be writing to our MPs asking for stronger and greater legal deterrence. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Healing, please.
Thank you. And thank you for bringing this motion. This council is very clear. Abuse, threats and violence against frontline workers must never be tolerated or dismissed as part of the job. Sadly, some frontline staff, including our own, do experience unacceptable levels of abuse and intimidation. We as a council have zero tolerance of any form of abuse towards our staff, whether front-facing or not. In the East Riding, we have taken clear steps to protect our staff. We have in place reporting systems to ensure all staff can log incidents of abuse, and we support employers through people services and, where appropriate, the police. We already have robust systems in place to protect our staff,
And crucially, our safety protocols and training are subject to regular review to make sure they remain effective and up to date. Training is also made available to frontline, in fact, all staff, but frontline staff, so they are better prepared to manage difficult or aggressive situations that may arise. I, as portfolio holder, reaffirm our support for all frontline workers, both in the council and beyond, ensure existing arrangements are regularly checked and updated as necessary to make sure our staff feel fully supported, continue to work with partners from emergency services to unions and retail bodies on a joined up response. Discuss with relevant directors to set up a public awareness campaign to challenge abusive behaviour, though I do believe this was done a few years ago, but maybe we can relook at this. Chair, our staff serves the public with dedication and professionalism. It is our duty to ensure they can do so safely and with the respect they deserve. By strengthening this work, the East Riding can continue to lead by example, showing that this council takes the safety and well-being of its workforce as an absolute priority. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Healy, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yeah, we will support this motion on this side. Clearly, reaffirming support to staff around the threats of abuse, absolutely fundamental. We stand by staff, we stand by our staff, we stand by our council employees, we stand by retail workers and so on. The only question I was going to ask, sometimes these motions have a lot of actions that are attached to them. And sometimes you look at them and think, well, yeah, how are we going to monitor this? And actually, what's the detail behind it? So, for example, on number 4, launch a public awareness campaign to highlight the issue, challenge abusive behaviour and promote respect for those working in public facing roles. Well, presumably that falls to an officer to do. When we ask to write to MPs and things, that's what usually happens is the MP is written to by the chief executive and we all get a copy of the letter, and then we might get a letter from the minister or whatever. So I just think we need to be a little bit careful about what we're asking officers to do. So what sort of public awareness campaign what will be the cost of that awareness campaign? Is it posters? Is it social media? Is it radio? Is it advertising? There's a lot of thought that needs to go into it. So my only point was, is there going to be some sort of feedback from officers as to what they actually did when we passed this motion? So what sort of public awareness campaign did they put in place, for example? And on number 2, how did they undertake a review of current working arrangements? And what was the feedback? What's the report? So there's officer work for somebody. That is my only point. That we need, if this motion is passed, which it will be, I'm sure, because we will support it, but it would be useful to have some sort of feedback as to what actually happened and how this manifested itself. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Councillor. Yeah, and I think if we ask the department to actually do it, to actually feed back to us what they're actually going to do, I think that's justifiable for us to ask that question, to be honest. So we'll action that if we can, please. If you don't mind. Sorry, Councillor Jefferson.
Well, I just thought that we're all going to support this quite clearly. However, I notice there's nothing about councillors or the abuse that we take. Perhaps that should have been incorporated into there, because we had a motion at the last full council meeting about it. And once again, we're looking to form a group to do it. All these things take a long time and you need to know exactly what you're going to do. And clearly that motion was that we got on with it very quickly. I do hope that this motion, although it's a bit grayer, that we are included in that as councillors, because I don't know about you, but I take abuse and I don't call it rough and tumble. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Gallant, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just reference to Councillor Jefferson and Councillor Wilkinson's point. We did pass a motion on this that the leader proposed back in July, and there is already progress on that. There's been a working group set up which is meeting shortly to progress that. So that's why we as councillors were not mentioned in this. This is specifically about our frontline staff and retail frontline staff and so on. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. Right then, Councillor Cantrell, to close the debate, please.
Thank you. I close the debate.
Thank you very much. Go into the buttons. You know what you're doing. Thank you. That is carried. Moving on to the next motion. Councillor S. McMasters, please.
Thank you, Chair. Endometriosis is a chronic condition that affects 1.5 million women in the UK. It's a disease where cells similar to those in the lining of the womb grow elsewhere in the body. These cells react to the monthly menstrual cycle in the same way that those in the womb lining, building up, breaking down, and bleeding. However, unlike the cells in the womb that leave the body as a period, this blood cannot escape, which causes inflammation, incredible pain, and scar tissue. Other symptoms of endometriosis include pelvic pain, unpredictable and heavy bleeding, painful cysts, adhesions, and also infertility. Living with this disease can have a significant impact on the mental and physical health of the women that endure it. 95% of those living with endometriosis report that it has a significant impact on their well-being. Whilst it can be treated, there is no cure for endometriosis, and diagnosis of the condition can take up to 8 years, which is far, far too long. To add to this, it costs the UK economy 8.2 billion a year in healthcare costs, loss of work, and treatments. Meaning not only does this have an immense impact on home and family life, but work life as well. With the help of an incredible local charity, Hey Endo, whose members are with us here today, well, thank you for your patience and waiting for this motion. We are wanting to bring forward for discussion a request that the East Riding of Yorkshire Council explore the potential of signing up to Hey Endo's Workplace Best Practice Charter for employers, which is free and includes many of the following benefits: providing reasonable adjustments to support for enhanced employee well-being, fostering a healthier and more accommodating workplace, recognizing specific needs of those affected by endometriosis, flexible policies and reasonable adjustments to allow employees to manage symptoms without compromising their work, and the opportunity to have endo-positive employer status. So we ask that this council, noting that around 1 in 10 women live with endometriosis, a chronic and often debilitating condition that can significantly impact their lives, to explore the potential to sign the East Riding of Yorkshire Council up to the Endometriosis Workplace Best Practice Charter, which is free and includes access to resources and staff training. Request that relevant officers engage directly with Hey Endo to understand how the Charter can complement existing workplace wellbeing efforts. And finally, invite representatives from the Council's Health and Wellbeing Champions scheme to attend a future meeting of the Healthcare and Wellbeing Overview and Scrutiny Committee or other suitable forum to share more about their ongoing work and how additional conditions like endometriosis can be supported. Now, this motion is the beginning of a journey to ensure that this condition is given the attention that it deserves. It's incredible how many people have never heard of endometriosis. What is also incredible is the number of residents that I've spoken to about this that know somebody that has gone through or is going through this. Now, as a man, I cannot even begin to imagine any of the pain that I have described here today and what that must be like to endure, sometimes for years at a time. I only became aware of this condition because my partner went through it, to the point where she had to have her womb and ovaries removed because the endometriosis got progressively worse over a number of years, and they had no choice but to remove them. No longer can this be considered a taboo subject that we are all too embarrassed or ashamed to talk about. The conversation starts now, right here. I hope members can support this motion and the further action that we need to take to work with our local authority and our representatives in Westminster and beyond. And indeed, one of our MPs, the member for West Hull and Halton Price, has already engaged with Hey Endo and shown her support, which is incredibly welcome. And it is my aim to get all our MPs across party to offer their support as well. And I very much look forward to working closely with great organisations like Hey Endo and supporting their campaign. And I hope you will all join me in doing so. Thank you all for listening today. Please support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. To second, Councillor Kristen White, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm very pleased to second this motion. Endometriosis affects around 1 in 10 women. It is a chronic, often painful condition that can have a huge impact on everyday life. I became aware of the condition from an employee of this council, and it was through them that I started talking with the Hey Endo ladies that are in the chamber with us today. This motion is a great opportunity for East Riding of Yorkshire Council to show leadership as an employer by looking at how we can support our staff better, by raising awareness and by making use of the free resource and training offered through the Endometriosis Workplace Best Practice Charter. This motion is about ensuring that those living with this condition are better understood and supported in the workplace. It costs us nothing to take part, but it will mean a lot to those affected, and I am pleased to second the motion and hope all members will give it their support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Whittaker first, please.
Thank you, Chair. Interestingly, I've just pulled up an email that I sent to Graham Stewart in October 2021 when there was a debate at Parliament, which I know Nell and co went to. Sorry for naming you if you don't mind me saying that. Good. The reason why I sent the email to Graham Stewart is because I have suffered with endometriosis. I sent him a very long story called Misunderstanding, Mistruths and Miscarries. Councillor McMaster's talked about the 8-year journey. Well, it is a lot longer than that. That's an 8-year journey from when you first go to the doctors. I went to my doctor with what they turned out to be suspecting was ovarian cancer, because I had an elevated CA125, which I know all as endo warriors know that hormone all too well. Whilst I was at the gynecologist, Mr. McGuinness, at the time, he said, can you just describe your period to me? Which I did. And he said, you know that's not normal, don't you? And I said, no, I don't know that's normal. In fact, I've been going to the doctor since I started my period at 8 years old. And when they put me on the pill at 12 years old, because my periods were so chronic, they said, it's just normal. Women have heavy periods. They said, women do suffer a bit from pain, so stop worrying about it. So I spent many years thinking that I just had a low pain tolerance. Endometriosis is not a heavy period. Endometriosis is a chronic disease that affects nearly every single part of your body. I struggled with infertility. I miscarried 6 times. And in 2022, I had to go through a complete, sorry, it's obviously quite emotional. I had to have everything taken out, basically. So I do not have a child. I could not have children, and I suffered incredibly. And I'm really sorry, I know it's a really painful subject, and we all feel it. it does need addressing. It needs addressing on a national level. Hey Endo have been going for a long time. I was a member from almost the very beginning. I've recently rejoined on the Facebook group because actually a young girl that's just started working, young girl, she's 26, a young person who has just started working for my team has a diagnosis of endometriosis. It was her first week after qualifying and she started working for us and had a flare up, spent the entire night before her first night of working for the team and had to come into work having had 1 hour's sleep to introduce herself and to be introduced to a very heavy subject in our area. She spent the entire day apologising, so I actually went back onto the Endo group to actually tell her to not apologise and that it's her right to say, I'm not coping, it is not a good thing day to day, because I struggled through. I was 36 when I got my diagnosis after believing my entire life that I was in the wrong and that those pains were in my head and that other women had them too. And do you know what? They don't. It is not a period and we do need to start talking about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Healing, please.
Thank you, Chair. Your story, Councillor Whitaker, sounds just like mine. I too suffered with that for years, ended up with a hysterectomy, and I only had one child who, don't get me wrong, I love with all my heart, but I would have liked some more. But I get upset as well, so I won't say any more on that. I would like to thank Councillor McMaster for highlighting this very important issue and for a gentleman to stand in these chambers and talk like you spoke. You choked me up, Councillor McMaster, you did, because you had the passion, and I know why you've got that passion. We're not just councillors, we're both friends, and I'm a friend of your wives, and we've discussed your partner's problems. So I commend you. I absolutely think it's fantastic that a man has the guts to stand up and talk about female problems. Hopefully the rest of the men will join and we can all talk about it. We can get some signs up and the wonderful work you ladies do over there. Please continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Sarabel, please.
Thank you, Chair. And first of all, I want to thank Councillor McMaster to bringing up this motion to the council. And I totally agree with all my colleagues. And I wanted to just point out that this, disease or basically the things that we are going through, one of my very close families lost premature baby twice through this. So this is very important that we make the awareness and we make sure that everyone understands that, supporting this. So I wanted to make sure that everyone is aware of it, and moving forward, we can do some more work with Councillor McMaster and, to make the awareness. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Aitken, please.
Yes, thank you very much indeed, Chair. I really just want to join hands with our Endo warriors. You're a great group of people. It's not my personal experience, but a very, very close dear friend of mine is living this journey at the moment. And I am overwhelmed by the challenges that she has to face and has had to face. And I basically am offering to you guys, absolutely, whatever you help and doors you need to help knocked on, I am absolutely there by your side. I've done some PR around it already with the team, but anything else that I can do, I absolutely want to support. It's a fabulous, fabulous initiative that you ladies are doing, and it's not an easy subject. And Sean, Councillor McMaster, well done. It's really good stuff. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Meredith, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Now, I'm known for saying in this chamber more often than I perhaps should that I wasn't going to speak on this, but, and please, I'd ask you all not to chuckle or have any light-hearted comments on this one, because I wasn't going to speak. The fact is that I'm a man and I don't have any understanding from a personal perspective of the subject we're discussing here today. But having heard what everyone has just discussed, I felt an obligation to stand up and say something, because I do have an experience I'm a test tube baby. I'm the first test tube baby in the world to be born without cesarean. And I'm in the top 250 ever to be born in the world. And the reason for that is that my mother had endometriosis and she couldn't have children herself. And she moved heaven and earth for over a decade. She found herself down in Bourne Hall in Cambridge, and in fact told my primary school teacher when they were getting a tour around the school, and the teacher said to her, "Oh, a couple of the classrooms are porter cabins. I hope that's not a problem." My mother simply responded, "Don't you worry, Richard was conceived in one," and simply left it at that. But the point is, there was a 6 or 7% chance of success in those days. I was on the mortgage until I was in my 20s because my parents had to remortgage the house to pay for me. My school friends used to take the mick and they used to say, "Oh, if you ever disappear, we know you've been repossessed by the bank and we'll start buying trainers." There has always been a light-hearted element because it's impossible to grasp something so emotional, so painful, and so you have to inject a bit of levity into a discussion so seriously. And the reason that I wanted to stand up and say is that not everyone here will have an understanding of what's been discussed. The day in, the day out pain, the knock-on consequences, as Councillor Whitaker said, it affects your whole body. It affects other elements of your health. It affects your mental well-being. This is something that's truly serious. And so like Councillor Hilling and others have said, I commend Councillor McMaster for bringing this here to us today. I really hope we support this unanimously and with gusto. It's one of the few things, as Councillor Estelle said earlier, that we can look at and go, it's just common sense. Let's just agree to it. But I also wanted to point out that if somebody here has no idea, I can guarantee you there is somebody in your life who does. And so I would also conclude by putting out a plea. Everybody, please do make sure that those with pain-related ailments, the ones that are invisible, but aren't the person who's living with them 24/7, 365, make sure that we show in our actions, in our compassion, that we recognise that and that we do actually want to support them because they very much need it, as has been clearly proven today, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Healy, please.
Thank you. I just want to say from this side, I feel truly humbled actually because I didn't know anything about this illness either. I didn't even know what it meant. And to hear these personal testimonies from the likes from Councillor Whitaker, from Councillor Healy, and I do pay tribute to Councillor McMaster for having the gumption to bring it here. I know we will support it unanimously. If we're learning about it, that's a start. It's important that that goes out further, that everybody hears about it. And for those people who are suffering, I think our hearts go out to them. Thank you for bringing this motion, Councillor McMaster.
Thank you, Councillor. No more speakers. Councillor McMaster to close the debate, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all for supporting this motion. I'm incredibly moved by all the comments that you've made. Councillor Whitaker, what you were saying resonates quite heavily with me because my partner went through the very same thing. I mean, I'm quite an emotional man, so I'm trying to keep it together here, listening to you all talk. But again, thank you so much, and I'll close the debate. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Right, let's go to the vote then. You know the job. And that is carried. Thank you. Next motion, Councillor Bibb, please.
Yeah, I see we've had 4 quite harmonious motions, so I hope that can continue. But for the benefit of our YouTube viewers, I will read out the motion. This council believes that, noting the recent initially successful High Court judgment secured by Epping Forest District Council, granting a temporary injunction preventing the Bell Hotel from being used to accommodate migrants under the Home Office contract, local communities must be properly consulted before significant decisions are made that impact local services, housing and community cohesion. That as the use of hotels for asylum accommodation would be detrimental to the East Riding visitor economy, worth around £640 million a year, the use of hotels and similar premises as long-term accommodation for migrants is not a sustainable solution and places disproportionate pressure on local infrastructure and services. That local councils, as the democratic voice of their communities, should have a say in how accommodation needs are managed and delivered. This council resolves to request the Chief Executive, in consultation with the council's legal team, to urgently assess the merits of seeking an injunction to prevent the future use of hotels and such similar premises for migrant accommodation where it is deemed to be in the best interests of the community. To write to the Home Office expressing the Council's concerns about the potential use of hotels and similar premises in our area for migrant accommodation, and to request full consultation with the East Riding of Yorkshire Council on any decision. Now, some people might be thinking, why is this necessary? As far as I know, there are currently no hotels in our area housing illegal immigrants. I believe, however, that it is essential for the Council to be proactive rather than reactive to this issue, which is of grave concern to our residents. Whenever any local hotel or similar accommodation is built or planning a change of use, Facebook is awash with theories and rumours as to what it will be used for. I know that my local MP, Charlie Dewhurst, frequently receives correspondence from concerned residents on this matter, and I believe that these filter through to our Chief Executive. So, what concerns are being raised? Putting more pressure on already overstretched healthcare and dental services? What checks are being carried out on these migrants to ensure they're not a danger to the community? In Epping, for example, protests were sparked off when a migrant in the Bell Hotel was charged and later convicted of sexual assault on a young girl, and impacting the visitor economy and local businesses, especially in our tourist hotspots like Bridlington and Hornsey. Now, these are legitimate concerns regarding immigration and the use of hotels that are being voiced directly by our residents. And as councillors, it's our job to listen to and address these concerns where possible in a proactive manner. We do not want to see the disruption to local businesses in residence that we've witnessed in Epping and many other areas, with large protests and counter-protesters being bussed in from far and wide, adding fuel to the fire, thus wasting valuable police time and resources. This motion is aimed at allaying residents' fears and showing the very people who elected us that their voices matter and that we are on the same side. It sets up a proactive plan involving both the council and the local community where we can move forward together to ensure full and proper consultation before any decisions are made regarding the housing of migrants in hotels or similar accommodation in the East Riding. I will call for cross-party support for this motion, as it not only supports our residents, but aligns with the national policies of many of the political parties within this chamber. So please address our residents' concerns and support this motion. I will also be asking Chair for a recorded vote, please.
To second, Councillor Meredith, please.
There we go. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Councillor Bibb, for bringing this motion and for introducing it in such a clear and succinct fashion. Now, this latter point is not my strong suit, so I'll stick to what I know. Specifically, the esoteric, the consideration of impact, and the consequences of seeing planning policy discarded whenever it suits. So let's start with the esoteric. Migration comes in many, many forms. We have people living in Hull and working in the East Riding, and vice versa. As a result, we have around 90,000 people each day that cross from one authority area to another for employment, for education, and for recreation purposes. We have people who go south of the Humber, or France as I like to call it, for the exact same reasons. We have people who move to another county or to another country on a permanent basis rather than undertake this daily back and forth to find a job, to find a lifestyle, to find a place for themselves, to find a place for their family. It might be for safety reasons, economic reasons. It might be simply out of a desire to be somewhere where there's a facility that they enjoy the use of. They might want a beach lifestyle. They might be an avid skier. There might be something somewhere that they want that isn't available where they're from. We have people who do this every day. And quite frankly, Mr. Chairman, we've had people who do this throughout the history of the human race. You go all the way back to hunters and gatherers and even nomadic tribes many, many, many millennia ago. So why do I say all this? Because migration isn't actually the issue. I've got no objection to the sentiment here, and especially, for example, in a segment of Councillor Norman's amendment, where it lauds the value of the contribution that many migrants make right here in the East Riding to our local economy. And it specifically notes, and it's something I also agree with, the care and health sectors. Completely and wholeheartedly agree with that sentiment. But in turn, Mr. Chairman, it's also why I'm opposed to the amendments. The subject of migration is not what we are here to discuss. Neither is the subject of illegal immigration. We're not MPs. We don't have a voice or a vote in those discussions. We need to put that aside and focus on this motion and what are our responsibilities here in this chamber as councillors. We are asked to note in this motion, Chair, the events that made national news for a very protracted period in an age where today's news is tomorrow's fish and chip paper, and that ended up in the Court of Appeal, no less. This motion seeks to support consultation with communities that will ensure we see residents' involvement in any decisions that affect their home, rather than leaving the potential feeling of affliction instead of engagement. That's the core rule of Democracy 101 right there. We are asked to note the potential impact of using hotels to house illegal immigrants can have, something that cannot be debated or denied given the events in Epping Forest. The potential impact is sizable. We've seen it. We are asked to support the principle of the planning system and local decision making specifically guiding what's appropriate regarding construction and use of premises. This point is important, and I'm going to continue it in a sec. We are being asked to seek an injunction in the motion and not the amendment, Mr. Chair, as Epping Forest did. Not because this is a bulletproof protection and a preventative measure. It's not. We know it's not. It was overturned. We're being asked to support it because we need to show that we advocate for the planning system and that we do not accept the planning system being disregarded on a whim whenever it suits a different government agenda. That is a very slippery slope indeed, Mr. Chair, and it is one that this nation is on right now. We are being asked to request that consultation is undertaken. Effectively, this motion asks us to support democracy and local decision making. And again, as is the trend and theme of today, who can object to that? To support the core principle of our role, to give voice to our residents and to tell government that they should offer our communities the same respect. We are not occupying or espousing a position on immigration, legal or otherwise. This motion is not attempting to make a decision that is the remit or purview of government. This is proactive for all the reasons I've described, and so I'll conclude by pointing out that it's also in the best interests of the public purse. I dare not guess at the costs incurred by Epping Forest. The financial cost of officer time, legal fees, impacts the local economy. The other third and fourth order consequences and costs, such as the ongoing legacy this will have. If you Google Epping Forest in 2042, this will undoubtedly be the first hit on that page. And there's all sorts of other costs, Mr. Chairman, the ongoing legacy, the reputation, the perception for years to come. There's also the issue of this being, of having been seen to have to react. Epping Forest were not prepared. They reacted, they fought, they lost. They were not prepared. And those who serve the public and those who are in this chamber championing policy should be doing so ahead of events whenever possible. We've seen what happens. We'd be fools not to. It'd be remiss of us and dereliction of our duties not to at least recognise something of this sheer scale of significance and act accordingly, Mr. Chairman. So this motion at its heart is about pragmatism, not prejudice. It does not even attempt to influence decision making. We've seen that injunctions don't affect the outcome anyway. So last two sentences, Mr. Chair. It simply wants to see a stall set out, and it's for this reason that I agreed to second it, because I wanted to speak before any others do and say what I have just said to you all, and to urge all those who follow me not to make this into something it's not. Don't tarnish an attempt at preparedness.
When you're ready. Okay, you're out of time now.
I've got 3 sentences left. Can I finish?
Go on.
The chairman said yes. So, do not tarnish an attempt at preparedness and advocacy for democracy by allowing a debate to follow, step beyond the remit of this chamber or the intention of this motion. We've seen frustration in Ferriby, and Councillor Bibb has detailed the concerns that echoed across settlements historically and at present. So please support pragmatism, nothing more, nothing less.
Right, to move an amendment, Councillor Norman, please.
Okay, thank you, Chair. With your permission, I would just like to read out from my amendment what I'm asking this council to resolve for the benefit of our YouTube viewers. To write to the Home Office expressing the council's concerns about the potential use of hotels and similar present premises for asylum seekers accommodation. Additionally, write to the Home Office to request that the government instigates safe and legal routes for asylum seekers to come to the United Kingdom, and that the Home Office must be urged to create faster, fairer and better resourced application processes alongside increased court capacity for dealing with appeals and enforcements. Additionally, it's understood that there will be a further amendment from the floor following this amendment, Chair. So thank you, Councillor Bibb, for bringing this to the Council. I have to say that I'm intrigued about the apparent urgency of the original motion. This is effectively where the legacy of 14 years of Conservative government has led us. They allowed a massive backlog of asylum claims, which has resulted in local hotels being used for accommodation. I also need to take exception to Councillor Bibb's and Councillor Meredith, thank you, sir, Meredith's use of language at many times throughout the motion and the discussion by using the word migrant and illegal immigrants. There may be one word to describe these unfortunate people. However, the courts and the government in the Epping case always use the term asylum seeker. The reason being that this is what these people are. They are in this country seeking asylum. The Red Cross defines asylum seekers as a person who has left their country, often suddenly, because they are faced with persecution, war, or violence and cannot get protection there. Whereas a migrant is simply a person who leaves their country in order to settle permanently in another. Please, Mr. Chairman, we must not mix these two up. As you can tell, they are totally different. And Chairman, let's not forget that the discussion, no doubt, around this chamber will be about the mainstream media's fascination with the asylum seekers coming on small boats. This cohort actually only makes up around 5% of the total number of asylum seekers coming to this country. We should be embracing the right for people to claim asylum in any country, but especially in the United Kingdom. Mr. Chairman, we need a faster, fairer process to assess asylum applications to relieve the need for the additional expensive accommodation. It is inhumane, as well as costly to the UK taxpayer, to have to wait for years for a decision. In 2022, we stood here in this chamber and we wholeheartedly backed the opportunity for families from Ukraine to come to this country, and the UK government rightly created a safe and legal route for them to come here. We need to call today for a similar scheme for people from similar war-torn and ravaged countries to come to the UK seeking safety in our multicultural and welcoming society. So, Mr. Chairman, this motion should really not have come to this council today, but it has done, because there's not really a great deal the East Riding Council can do about it. But as it is here, let's get our facts straight, let's stop the scaremongering and get the call right to government. Help true asylum seekers to be heard and treated with great British humanity. I therefore move this amendment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. To second, Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Chair. I was really surprised to see this motion listed. The subject itself is absolutely guaranteed to bring derision for 14 years of mismanagement, leading to a completely unsustainable hotel usage. Why on earth would you want to lump that Westminster administration with this local Conservative administrative council? Very strange. This motion refers to a failed injunction, but goes on to recommend that we allocate officer time to second-guessing injunctions for this area. It failed. It failed with a common statement on the use of hotels. So we're not going to renegotiate planning decisions here, and nor should we. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm sad to see this topic aired in this way. But if we must have a debate on this matter, please let it be based on sensible criteria with a spoonful of compassion. And that is what this amendment offers. Mr. Chairman, I beg to second.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it is an emotive debate. I can see by the people, the names that are going up. So I'm going to ask for Councillor Needham to ask the first question, please.
Well, it's not a question there, Mr. Chair. It's some important points to raise. We have no need for such a motion in the East Riding, as there is no problem that needs fixing. The one and only hotel used for accommodating asylum seekers in the East Riding has been operated as a fully functioning hotel since July 2024. This is a motion appearing to support and grandstand more right-wing leading individuals and sucking up to the reform agenda, as they have a genuine fear they may be displaced at the next election. Reform has no need from this council to promote their bigoted agenda. They can manage this by themselves. We should consider how genuine asylum seekers should be provided safe channels to make their genuine claims in the UK, and as a nation embrace and welcome diversity within this country. The hotel policy was introduced to house asylum seekers in hotel accommodation in 1999 under Blair's Labour government. However, the number of asylum hotels was increased due to their backlog incompetence by the then Conservative Immigration Minister, Chris Philp, on the 27th of March 2020, when he authorised the central procurement of contingency accommodation over local authorities. This policy has been used since then, reaching a peak of some 56,042 at the end of September 2023, which represented some 45% of people in receipt of asylum-supported accommodation, according to the House of Lords Library. As chair of Hull, Humber and East Yorkshire Hospitality Association and a member of the LVET board, I have regular conversations with hoteliers and attractions about all aspects of hospitality. Rather than deterring visitor numbers, these are forever growing, with huge receipts for revenues in the region. At December of last year, VHA confirmed, that's Visit Hull and East Yorkshire, were generating a colossal £963 million, heading towards £1 billion worth of revenue, employing over 22,000 people on a similar scale only to the renewable sector. Rather than accommodating asylum seekers in hotels, we should be employing them in hotels, along with care homes, nurseries, salads, soft fruit farms, forestry, retail. The list goes on for the industries devastated by Brexit and COVID, where those people wanting to work can contribute to the local and national economy and pay their own way, providing essential taxation for the exchequer, whilst doing something meaningful whilst awaiting their outcomes. I urge members to vote against this nonsensical and alarmist motion and support the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Denise Howard, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to express my support for Councillor Bibb's motion and my hope that it will be received in the spirit in which it is intended, and that is one of genuine concern. And this is a concern that is shared by some of our residents. You only have to look at the reactions to social media posts when it's mentioned and rumoured that hotels like the Expanse in Bridlington are to be used to house migrants or asylum seekers. These people aren't necessarily far right or racist just because they're concerned about the possible effects of migrants or asylum seekers living in their community. They're not necessarily racist or far right because they're concerned about the safety around women and girls, given what's happened in other parts of the country. So far as our residents are concerned, openness and transparency in this matter is vital. And I'd like to echo Councillor Bibb's call for local communities to be consulted where possible before significant decisions are made about accommodation for migrants or asylum seekers. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Lee, please.
Thank you, Chair. I applaud Councillor Bibb for bringing this issue to this council. It's clearly very topical, and very sadly, and I think I can feel a bit of an instinct from this afternoon's discussion so far, that it does elicit some fairly extreme or strong views, which, to be frank with you, are totally adverse to actually the intention of this particular motion. The clear intention is to ensure that the residents that we represent are given a say about what happens in their own wards and areas. It's been sadly hijacked to some degree over the last months by debate from perhaps more extreme views on either side. But this motion this afternoon is a conciliatory one. I know Councillor Bibb, and I've discussed it with him before today, and it's clear in intending to ensure that our residents are given the right of consultation. It should not be hijacked. It should not be given the airing of being in any way, shape or form unwelcoming to people who are genuinely in need. I don't think there's a ward member here, and I'm sure all good people of the East Riding are absolutely understanding of any asylum seeker or person that comes to this country who are in genuine need. But it does not take a genius to understand that the system that's been put in place by successive governments, this is not a political issue, has actually failed the communities that we represent, both nationally and locally. And I think it's really important that we, as an area, have our say and also make our views clear. I very much hope that this debate does not go down the rabbit hole of conjuring up extreme and unnecessarily, well, frankly, views that are saying that anybody in this chamber, whether or not they support or against this motion, are actually saying that they're unwelcome, or saying that we're not welcoming to people who are genuinely in need. But it's very important that we should keep our eyes fixed on this point about allowing the residents to have their say. For me, that's the beginning and the end of it. I will be supporting this motion because I know the spirit in which it was intended is absolutely that, not to be unwelcoming to people who are genuinely in need. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Stell, please.
Thank you, Chair. Let's be honest about what the motion before us is on about. In its original form, being no doubt, it was a dog whistle, all about injunctions and headlines, all about blaming the powerless rather than the powerful. It was also about towing the national line and doing as they're told by Badenoch. But the amendment changes that, thank goodness. It recognises the truth. Hotels are not sustainable, but the problem is not the people in them. The problem is a broken system, wrecked by the Conservatives and not yet repaired by Labour. And colleagues, we need to remember what the people are actually fleeing. A couple of years ago, I supported a Syrian family who came here through a safe and legal route that's not available to today's refugees, might I add. They didn't sneak in. They weren't illegals. They were brought here under a government programme by agreement and supported by this local authority. But before they came here, they lived through horrors we can barely comprehend. Barrel bombs dropped on their homes, chemical attacks that suffocated children, checkpoints where people vanished and were never seen again, children growing up surrounded by gunfire, starvation and fear. That is what they were escaping. And when they arrived here, in Britain, in safety, do you know what they faced? Bricks through their windows, fireworks and dog mess shoved through their letterbox, and a racist slur painted across their front door. From war crimes abroad to hate crimes here. And that is why words matter. Because when politicians here, and I'm not talking particularly about this place or any politician in this room, but politicians in this country treat asylum seekers as a threat, it trickles down into communities. It turns into bricks, graffiti, and intimidation. And as we saw last year, Words from the top filter down into violence on the street. Chair, this isn't just about language, it's about policy failure. The Conservatives broke the asylum system. Robert Jenrick was the minister who turned hotel use into government policy, who slashed safe routes like the Syrian family I was just talking about used, and who presided over a Home Office where the backlog ballooned. And let's not forget Brexit. When Britain left the EU, we walked away from the Dublin Accords, which allowed us to return asylum seekers to the first European country they entered. That framework collapsed overnight. The result, more dangerous crossings, more chaos at the border, and yet another mess of the Tories making. And now Labour are in government. They promised change, to clear the backlog, to end hotel use, to restore fairness, all in the manifesto. But what have we seen so far? Same headlines, same delays, same limbo for people who just want to rebuild their lives. Labour's rhetoric isn't, and the reality is not much different. That is why Liberal Democrats are clear on this. We say end hotel use by clearing the backlog, create safe and legal routes so families aren't forced into small boats, resource councils properly so local services aren't overstretched, and above all, restore compassion and competence. That's why this amendment matters. It acknowledges the contribution migrants make every day for our NHS and our care homes and in social care. But Chair, I will support the amended motion because it moves us away from hostility and towards humanity. Let's be clear, the blame for this crisis does not lie with families fleeing bombs in Syria or war in Sudan. The blame lies squarely with successive governments in Westminster, the Conservatives who broke the system, and Labour who are still failing to fix it. With this amendment, we can at least put our voice on the side of solutions, and we can show that in the East Riding, we still believe in compassion, fairness, and in dignity for those who came here in search of sanctuary.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Redshaw, please.
I've listened carefully to the remarks of various speakers on the issue of hotels being used to house asylum seekers. Although the motion, I do note, as Councillor Walker mentioned, talks about migrants rather than asylum seekers. But as speakers have said, it was the government, it was the Conservative government that first introduced and expanded this very practice of housing asylum seekers in hotels. And they also failed to process applications on time, turning the asylum system into the worst queue in the country. And that's saying something. And never mind, as Councillor Sella said, the elephant in the room of Brexit, which actually broke the system and resulted in returns agreements being scrapped. To now criticise the use of hotels without acknowledging where the policy came from is misleading. And if we're serious about fixing this, we need honesty about how we got here, rather than pandering to the messaging of Nigel Farage. The Liberal Democrats have consistently set out a constructive alternative. We've argued for the ending of asylum hotels by clearing the backlog, speeding up application decisions, and allowing people with valid claims to work, integrate and contribute, while swiftly returning those who don't have a right to remain to depart. People should not be left in limbo for months or even years, which is what is happening even under the current government. Importantly, we've also said that Britain must work closely with France and our other European neighbours by taking a leadership role in Europol to take on the criminal gangs, because managing migration effectively requires cooperation, not isolation. This is what we're offering is a practical, balanced way forward, one based on solutions rather than political point scoring, and on partnership rather than short-term fixes that have simply left us in this position, whilst also reaffirming our commitment to the European Convention on Human Rights and rejecting any attempt to undermine the rights and protections it guarantees. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Healy, please.
I think there is at least one positive aspect to this motion, which is that at least it ends the speculation about which of the Conservative group will be next to Defective Reform UK. I'm not actually sure whether Councillor Bibbers, oh, you don't actually say that this isn't Epping, that we don't have any problems here with asylum seeker hotels.
So, I'm sorry, Councillor Haley, sorry, what point of what, sorry?
His point.
Personal,
was
personal
elected
explanation, yeah?
Conservative. I am a Conservative and I'll remain a Conservative. Thank you.
The Conservative. Can I clock be stopped at this point because I've been interrupted?
Yes, yes, you can,
Thank
yeah.
you very much.
Yeah.
But anyway, I'm not sure whether Councillor Bibb has noticed that this is the East Riding, not Epping, and we don't actually have a problem. And in fact, this motion is completely irresponsible because it raises tensions in the East Riding when those tensions don't need to be there. Our residents are watching this. It's irresponsible. The motion asks our chief exec and legal team to, quote, assess the merits of injunctions. Well, some merit in wasting our residents' money and engaging expensive lawyers to seek injunctions to solve problems which don't exist. Now, let me be clear. I don't think any of us believe that housing people in hotels is a good long-term solution. It's costly, it's unsuitable, and it leaves people, often vulnerable families, in limbo. But resorting to injunctions will not solve the problem. It wastes taxpayers' money on legal wrangling and lines the pockets of lawyers while doing nothing to address the real issues at the heart of the asylum system. This is simply gesture politics from members at that side of the chamber, clearly intoxicated by the Reform UK playbook. Mr. Chairman, I welcome Councillor Norman's amendment because it removes this ridiculous distraction of injunctions and political posturing and puts forward a practical and humane alternative. And firstly, we on this side of the chamber say that people seeking asylum in this country should be allowed to work. That is common sense. It is fair to the asylum seeker who wants to contribute, to provide for their family and to build a life. And I wish to move a second amendment to Councillor Norman's motion to reflect that particular point. And Councillor Norman, I hope will accept that. It is fair to local communities because it means people are less dependent on state support. And it's fair to taxpayers because it reduces the spiralling hotel bills, which are currently costing millions of pounds each day. Second, we must tackle, as has been said by colleagues, the backlog of asylum claims head on. It is a failure of the previous Conservative government to make timely decisions on asylum claims that has left tens of thousands of people stuck in hotels up and down the country. And that's why we are calling for emergency processing centres modelled on the Nightingale hospitals we saw during COVID to try and clear that backlog quickly and fairly. That is what gets people out of hotels, not injunctions and costly court battles. Thirdly, we believe that local councils must have a proper voice in these decisions. And at present, the Home Office imposes hotels on communities with little or no consultation. This is disrespectful to local government and to residents. Councils must be given the say they deserve. And fourthly, we must not lose sight of the human beings at the centre of this debate. As Liberal Democrats, we will never join the race to the bottom that we hear so often from Reform UK and some of those Conservatives who seek to emulate them. Not all, but some. We believe that Britain can be safe, secure and compassionate. These things are not in conflict. They go hand in hand. So, colleagues, the choice before us is stark. Do we follow Councillor Bibb's clarion call into expensive legal dead ends? Or do we set out a practical programme that can genuinely reduce the use of hotels by clearing the backlog, by letting people work, by involving councils, and by treating human beings with decency and respect? The amendment that's been put forward, my second amendment, replaces rhetoric with action and division with fairness, and I will be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Have you got a seconder for your amendment? Yes, Councillor Redshaw, thank you. Right then, Councillor Gallant, please.
Thank you, Chair. It made me rather sad and disgusted, really, to see this motion on the agenda paper. Sad at the lack of empathy for the people suffering who are asylum seekers, and disgusted at a Tory trying to make capital out of a mess that they created with Boris Johnson's Brexit deal. Under law, all governments have to provide shelter for asylum seekers, but this motion doesn't provide any solutions. It's simply a NIMBY approach. You say you want to, it puts pressure on local resources and you want to be able to discuss that with the government. But all you've already made your mind up. You're just saying you want to put people into another patch, not in the East Riding. That's not a solution. Councillor Bibb's motion asking for us to seek an injunction refers to the Epping Forest case on the Bell Hotel. That injunction was based on a change of use under planning rules on a specific location. While it was initially granted, it was quickly turned over. So ultimately, it was unsuccessful in closing the hotel. Given a specific injunction failed, the chances of getting a blanket injunction across the whole county seem A, potentially very expensive, and B, almost certain to fail. We have had asylum seekers in East Riding before. The whole hotel, previously the Crestham Hotel in North Ferriby, was used for some time a couple of years ago. And I remember Look North doing a report, interviewing local residents. I remember it because all the interviewees said that the asylum seekers were nice people and were concerned that the hotel was a bit remote for them and there was nothing for them to do. No mention of any problems. I believe East Riding did try and get an injunction against that use, but that too was unsuccessful. Asylum hotels are obviously a quite recent phenomenon. The small boat crossings and the backlog of claimants started after the Johnson government's Brexit deal, which scrapped our ability to return migrants to the EU. Under the last government, there were over 50,000 claimants housed in over 400 hotels, but we didn't hear any complaints about that then, did we? Robert Jenrick was on TV bragging about how many hotels he'd commandeered. Labour pledged at the election to close all the asylum hotels by the end of this Parliament. The numbers are already down to 32,000 in 200 hotels, and since the Epping case, the government has said it will bring that date forward. As the government proceeds to close more hotels and consider using old military bases, meaning the likelihood of new hotels in our area being drafted into use seems to be of diminishing possibility. Why would we ask our chief executive and officers to spend time and money going down the route of seeking an injunction? After the Epping Forest case, a number of reform-led councils said they would follow suit. 2 months on, none have gone ahead with any legal proceedings. That speaks volumes about the merits of going down this route. Housing asylum seekers is down to the Home Office, not local authorities. You say you want to have your say, but you've already made your mind up. Excuse me. We would be wasting our residents' council tax money, which we can ill afford, for those of you who were on the finance briefing, on going down a legal goose chase that will ultimately be both expensive and unsuccessful. We will be supporting the amendment, but opposing this motion.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Fox, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, Councillor Bibb, you've really put the cat amongst the pigeons, but I do agree with what you've said. I think it's quite brave to come out and say it, because that's what people are saying to me. And when the country's running well, you'll find that people don't feel quite as peeved when these things are happening. But when I see those people on that boat, on those boats, it looks like a joke to me. And I must say, what's happened here, the people in charge, and they've all been as bad, I'm not sticking up for one or another, because they're in these positions like we are. And we start making the wrong decisions, there's chaos. And that's what's happening, it's chaos. So basically, what they've done, they put the cart before the horse, and now they're trying to stop it. Now, I watched the 6 o'clock news this morning. We were allowed as viewers to go on to watch what were happening on the aeroplane, and so many were being sent back with £2,000 in their pockets and sent back because they'd found that one were a murderer, they were thieves, and they were absolutely, they were thieves and rapists, and they were on the aeroplane being sent back with £2,000 in their pocket. Well, as a ward councillor, and as I speak to my elderly, and they're struggling to remain in their own homes for fear of them being sold to give them care, I look at all that, and that's what Joe Public's doing. They're seeing the unfairness of it all, and it needs to be roped in. And I think with Councillor Bibb bringing this up, we have to stand for the council for the East Riding. Somebody's got to make a stand. Somebody has. Let us do it. It's not that I have ever been racist in my life. I never look at a person's colour. I look more at what's coming from their heart when they speak to me and what kind of people they are. And at the moment, my husband needs full-time care. And the people who are taking care of him have come from Zimbabwe, South Africa, and these people are looking after my husband. Fair enough, there's a little bit of a problem with their language because they have to be taught ours. And I know they go through frustration with our elderly. We've just been talking about people being abused. Well, I'm afraid sometimes these people are abused by our elderly because they can't be made to understand. But I must say this, you can only speak as you find. And they're absolutely amazing with the drugs. You could not have anybody in your house with an elderly person to look after than those people, because drugs don't speak to you, do they? Like people do. And they absolutely, I can only speak, Mr. Chairman, in how I found. And I just feel that what's happening to this country, people are finding it hard. We've got an elderly population who've worked their butts off all their lives for those homes. We've got to start looking after our own. That's how I look at it. And as for being racist, I heard the word used. I've never been racist in my life. I go into homes where people were born in the 1950s and put into homes at that time, being taken care of by people from Zimbabwe and areas like that. Now, how on earth can the powers that be have all these people coming in on boats and they're supposed to sort it out? And so I'll be totally honest, it worries me very much indeed. And I'm definitely not a racist, and I never have been. So thank you, Councillor Bibb, for bringing this up, because I think it had to be spoken about. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Councillor Cousins, please.
God, it was a wonderful meeting, wasn't it, Chair? I was really enjoying it. I too was somewhat saddened by this motion. I listened to what Councillor Meredith has said and what Councillor Lee has said, and taking these things at face value, that this was an honest attempt to make sure that we support the planning process and due local government's due process. But unfortunately, words matter. Words really do matter. And what I read was migrants. And I saw migrants, and we know somebody, I know somebody that's lived here since 1968, paid taxes since 1968, paid national insurance since 1968, but is a migrant. If she stays in a hotel in East Yorkshire, is she in trouble? We have a long and proud history here of supporting asylum seekers that are fleeing from oppression, from war, from famine. And long be it that we should do so. But what I read when I read this motion was I read a very poorly disguised dog whistle, a doffing of the cap towards the Stephen Yaxley Lennons, to EDL, to the British National Front. And that appalled me. It absolutely appalled me. We were following like sheep, not leading. We weren't leading here. If you want to lead, be like Councillor Aitken, be an advocate for families, all families and children. Be like Councillor Coultish, if you're worried about tourism, be an ambassador for tourism, in showing what East Yorkshire can offer. A friend of mine's just moved to Bridlington from Knaresborough and tells me, I can't believe what good East Yorkshire are doing. There's so much going on that we never got offered by North Yorkshire Council in Knaresborough. Be like Councillor West and his team, going out, finding innovative ways of improving our roads cheaply, so that we can improve our roads, improve our town centres, increase prosperity. Don't do this. If you want to lead, look at the fact that the vast majority of rapists in this country are white British men. Look at the fact that the vast majority of paedophiles in this country are white British men. Do something about that. The vast majority of domestic abusers in this country are white British men. Lead on that. A horrific statistic is that 300, and this isn't the statistic, it comes next, 320,000 young women have just entered university education for the first time over the last week or so. Statistically, 8% of them will be raped. Do something about that. 64% of them will suffer sexual abuse of one sort or another. Do something about that. Don't do this. If the honest intention was, as Councillor Lee stated and Councillor Meredith stated, I would go away, I would withdraw this motion, I would rewrite it with proper wording, making those points clear, and then I would support it. But I will not support this. I'm tempted not to support any of the amendments either, because I think this just gives credence to the fact that migration, asylum seeking is wrong. And it's not. We live in fear. We need to stand up for these people, not put them down by fear-mongering and scaremongering so that people are scared in their homes, like a thing I saw on Facebook about Huyton. A woman in Huyton saying, oh, if asylum seekers move in here, I wouldn't be able to sleep in my bed. Well, I haven't seen any injunctions about student houses of residence. People in Bishop Burton must be quaking in their boots knowing the statistics of abuse of women there. I cannot possibly support this motion, the wording it's in. I would really like you to withdraw it and come back with a sensible motion. I will, under some duress, support the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Carlos, please.
Thank you. Well, I don't have any prepared speech, but it was my ward that the asylum seekers came to, and they were there for about a year, I think, up until last summer. And I can't say too much about it. I did attend regular liaison meetings with the Home Office, and one of the rules of the Home Office meeting is that nothing is disclosed from the meeting, outside of the meeting. But there were a number of problems. There were lots of different arguments, lots of different sides. But one of the things never was the effect on tourism in North Ferriby, funnily enough. Initially, my residents split almost down the middle. Some were very against it, very afraid of the asylum seekers coming, and some were very much for the asylum seekers. And the problem was, and I agree with this part of the motion, there's no consultation, so all comes out of the blue. But once we heard about it and we started talking about it, residents got together, some other people got together with them, and a lot of professional people from the community, and people started talking about it. No one ever said anything like, or used the words that original motion that I find quite offensive uses. But when we started talking, residents came together
what happened. There were football lessons, English. People were teaching English, using something like 6 different languages to teach. Asylum seekers were helping in gardens, cutting verges and things like that. And this was all done by residents working with the asylum seekers. There was no instances of crime and no antisocial behaviour. And that was the result of it. But it was about communication and proper consultation. The thing I don't like, and what firmly would stop me supporting this motion, is the injunction. We also had an injunction. It was on strictly technical planning terms. And they need to be that. It wasn't successful either. I don't think they ever are. They're all thrown out. But the thing about it is that they need to be very specific. It's not possible to be generic. And that motion that I feel unable to support is seeking a lot of money and time, and it's costly, takes lots of resources to do these. And that's one specific one. And to spend all that on trying to do a generic injunction to deal with a problem that we don't have, to my mind, is a waste of money. I'll be supporting the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bartel, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to thank Councillor Bibb for bringing this motion, and I can fully understand why he has. In listening to residents, and this is a message for all of you across party. I've got some Find Out Now independent polling that was done. So out of Green Party members or people who voted for Green in 2024, nearly 30% of them agree with the detention and mass deportation of illegal migrants. That is people who have broken the law to enter this country. If you are offended by my language, that is your choice, but that is the language that many people use. And if you speak to residents, that is what they call them, whether you like it or not. So I move on. Labour, you have 44% of people who voted Labour in 2024 agree with the detention and mass deportation of illegal migrants. Liberal Democrats, if you voted Liberal Democrat in 2024, 53% of your people who voted for you guys, guess what? They want the detention and mass deportation of illegal migrants. Reform just peaked at 80% and Conservative 84%. So there is a massive appetite nationally and locally for the detention and deportation of every single illegal migrant, past and future. So I don't know how many people in this room will still be sat here next time, but you need to listen to your residents. And Councillor Bibb has brought a motion that is representing his residents, and I commend him for it. I will be voting for the motion. And I've got a couple of other points that I've noted while listening to everybody respectfully. Not storming out with cross fingers. So we talked about empathy and sympathy for residents and concerns over worried mothers. Well, I've spoken to a few people in Epping, and there are a lot of concerned mothers, and they've actually got examples of where their children have been targeted by these undocumented men, because it is 75% plus is undocumented men that are in these hotels and are coming across illegally. They have genuine concerns for safety. We talk about inclusion and making sure that everyone feels safe and secure. Well, actually, maybe we should continue to listen to our residents, and if they're saying they feel unsafe and they don't feel secure, that we should say, how can we make them feel that way? And actually that starts by listening to them, not calling them names because they don't use the correct language. That means actually, you've got a concern. And like Councillor Corler said, have those discussions. Something I really resonated with me when Councillor Bibb spoke was, there is none that he knows of. That's the truth. We don't know because councillors are kept in the dark until the last moment. There is no transparency. They are dropped on your doorstep. It causes tension, rightly or wrongly, and then it causes protests. We don't want that situation in the East Riding. I think we can all agree that. So I'm supporting Councillor Bibb's motion. I think everyone should support it because it is meant with the right heart and it is actually listening to an awful lot of your residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Nolan, please.
Thank you, Chair. I won't be supporting, along with my colleagues, the original motion because I think it's out of order. I just think from a civilized point of view, you just don't start talking about migrants and all the rest of it in that way. And it's come up with a ridiculous solution. We cannot have a blanket injunction against the use of hotels. Margaret Corliss talked about the problems we had at the former Crest. We tried to get an injunction. I think we had some grounds there because it was quite remote. It was a poor location for the migrants, as we're calling them. In fact, they're asylum seekers, as Councillor Norman said earlier on. So let's treat them with respect and don't talk about illegals, as some people on the popular right seem to be talking. The reason we're in this situation is because the government, i.e. society, has a legal responsibility to accommodate and feed migrants whilst their claims are being processed. And that's the important part. And let's also remember that 2/3 of those claims are actually upheld. So it's not loads of people coming across who don't deserve to be here. It's asylum seekers coming over here, of whom 2/3 have their cases upheld. And whilst they're having their cases processed, we have to look after them. And if we're not going to put them in hotels, where are we going to put them? Are we going to try and disperse them out in the community? That hasn't worked so far. But given the numbers involved, sadly, hotels have been used. Now, I get concerned when I hear some of the language that's being used. And if you look at the European Convention on Human Rights, it was brought in because what were then called asylum seekers were called aliens fleeing Nazi Germany. And because countries wouldn't take them in, they took some of the children. I think it was 10,000 children were brought in, the kinder transport, but their parents weren't allowed in. So their parents were forced left there and in many cases perished in the Holocaust. So that's the background to it. And after the Second World War, Britain and Winston Churchill played a key part in it, brought in the European Convention on Human Rights, so we wouldn't again have the situation that we had in the run-up to the Second World War. So I think the amendments, it has some issues. I don't like some of the language in it, but I think it's better than the motion. So I think we will be supporting the amendment with some slight reservations about the wording, but we will not be supporting the motion as printed. And can I say in response to Councillor Botel, I listen to residents, but I also exercise a bit of judgment. And if some of that language comes across as racist, and in some cases it is, then I put it to one side, because we are not here to listen to populists who are only interested in their own self and their only interest. They don't treat people as human beings. And I'm not saying they're all racist, but if you want to find out what the racists are, you can see them in amongst some of the comments that come out in social media attacking the sort of the liberal view of things. So don't echo the language of the populists. Use a bit of common sense. And as I say, I find it sad that we're in this situation. But let's vote with the amendment and vote against the original motion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kristen White, please.
Thank you, Chair. Following the constant flow of asylum seekers into the country and the steady stream of bad news stories that dominate the headlines, it is only natural that our residents have concerns about the possibilities of asylum seekers being placed in hotels or similar properties. Places like the council building in Scala or ex-council properties in Beverley, which I have been asked about by residents and had to check. This sense of decisions being done to communities by national government without councils and communities being consulted causes real worry. People fear the pressure it will place on local services, whether their communities will be safe. As ward councillors, we have a duty to take these concerns and anxieties seriously and be proactive in our approach, not reactive. This motion asks for exactly that. I do not want to be in a position where I am responding to residents responding to residents again and having to double check whether such decisions have already been made behind closed doors without our knowledge. That is why I am supporting Councillor Bibb's motion, because it calls for legal challenge where necessary and for proper consultation as a matter of course. Residents' concerns, residents' voices matter, and this motion makes sure that they are heard. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hammond, please.
Thank you, Chair. There's been a lot of talk today about community tensions, which I know quite a lot about locally. I think from my personal view, you look at why those community tensions are rising, it's because there's a very large number of people in our communities, particularly white working class males, who feel completely ignored and dismissed by the establishment and by politicians. And the real sad thing for me today is that the vast majority of councillors who have spoken have fallen straight into that trap of just dismissing people's views and concerns. This motion is not debating for or against immigration. This motion is not talking about whether those people's views are founded in fact or not. This motion is about enabling this council to take action, not just wish-washy words like the amendment, but take action to ensure the communities here feel that they have the opportunity that their voices are heard on this issue. That's what it's all about. People have made it way more political and way more controversial than it is. For me, though, the worst thing we can do is just continue to dismiss people's views. It may not be the majority of people's views, but it is a very large and ever-growing percentage of our communities. They need to be listened to. Thank you, Chair.
Right, thank you. Right, we've just got a... Just bear with me 2 seconds. Councillor Norman, to respond, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, this has been a very lively and open debate, and it's been a very good debate on both sides of the arguments. We all do listen to our residents. We all do listen to what they have to say. We are all concerned about what goes on in our wards. We all need to ensure that all of our women, children, young men, everybody is safe and secure in their own homes. I noticed many members around the chamber are wearing the white ribbon this afternoon, which is absolutely fantastic. But that movement started well before any concerns around asylum seekers. I wonder why that was. In the East Riding, we need to be welcoming. We need to be welcoming in the East Riding in order to ensure that we can have our doors open and welcome these people who have been in war-torn areas. And it's not the best of ways to come to the United Kingdom. We don't want to be scaremongering, which is what, to be honest, I feel this motion does. It is my understanding this council is already consulted, so to ask for it to be consulted further is very little. So please support this amendment because it goes the right way.
Thank you very much, Councillor Norman. I'm sorry, councillors, just bear with me. I'm taking advice on this one so just bear with me 2 secs. So you want a recorded vote on Councillor 6 people? Have you got 6 people for a recorded vote? 2, 3. Yeah, thank you. Right, so now we're going to the vote on Councillor Norman's amendment, please. Councillor Fox, you need to vote as a recorded vote. What are you doing? Right, so that amendment was accepted by 1 vote, so now it's going over to
So we're now going to go back to Councillor Healy because he proposed an amendment which was seconded, and council will be asked to vote as to whether that Councillor Healy will need to read that amendment out, and council will be asked to vote as to whether that amendment is acceptable, and that's a straight majority vote. And as we've asked for the votes to be recorded, we'll do it on the buttons. So we've got a clear record of that. Then, if that amendment is supported, it goes in to Councillor Norman's amendment in addition. If it isn't, we then go with Councillor Norman's as the substantive motion. But before we vote on that, Councillor Bibb has the right to close the debate. So if that's clear, we're now going to go. Sorry, just to be really clear about this, we now go to Councillor Healy, and Councillor Healy will read out his amendment because it is seconded. Then full council will have to vote as to whether you accept that amendment, and that's a straight majority. And my recommendation would be you do that, as you want recorded votes on this matter, you do that on the buttons so we've got a clear record.
Councillor Healy.
The amendment is to add in after the in the council resolves after the second paragraph the phrase additionally write to the Home Office to ask them to consider giving people with valid asylum claims the right to work after some time. This would help reduce the financial cost of the state and assist asylum seekers to start integrating sooner.
Right, so we now need a vote on the buttons, whether that's an accepted amendment, sorry. Push the buttons. Right, and now Councillor Bibb to close the debate, please.
Yeah, I'm really disappointed, to be honest, that this has been totally misconstrued. This is all about the residents, this motion. And I'm really sorry to see how it's been twisted, especially by our Liberal Democrat and Labour councillors. But I would like to thank everyone for contributing to debate, and to thank Councillor Norman for his amendment, which does raise some excellent points. However, it's merely a weak, watered-down version of the original amendment, which does not go far enough to address our residents' concerns. Unlike the amendment, I don't discriminate and value the input from everyone in our public services, regardless of their ethnic background. The amendment also suggests that we should make it easier for immigrants to enter the UK, a sentiment that I'm not sure would resonate too well with Councillor Norman's residents in Bridlington South, when what is clearly required is a robust deterrent to deter illegal immigration. I do appreciate that Councillor Norman is eager to fly his newly found party colours and push Green Party open border policies. Indeed, I looked on the Green Party website and their principle MG100 states, the Green Party wants to see a world without borders. Well, I think that's a ludicrous idea. That would destroy our country and our culture. I'm also rather surprised that as a guest house owner in Bridlington, that Councillor Norman fails to see the potential impact on the visitor economy of the tourist hotspots. But that said, it is what it is. A decision's been made. I believe in democracy, so I'm happy to accept the decision. And thank you, Chair. I would like to close the debate.
Thank you much, Councillor. Now I'll now take the vote on the substantive motion, which is including Councillor Healy's amendment. And that is lost. Right. On that note, it's time for a break. Please, ladies and councillors, be back by 5:10. That's back in the chamber by 5:10. Thank you. Notice of motion, councillor Owen, please.
Thank you, Chairman, and I'm glad I've got a very, very brief opportunity to start this motion being put forward to express my thanks for the support I've had from our Chief Executive over the years, because I was looking back, I've now topped 200 full council meetings in my time as a councillor. Councillor Jefferson is probably the only person that's actually, well, I know she's exceeded numbers, so she never misses one. I think I've missed one or two. And the only other person, I think, will be Mr. Menzies, who's probably been in this council chamber for nearly all those 20 odd years. So, but what I was thinking was the beauty of full council is right at the start, all the stuff that goes under the radar that we all agree to by accepting all the minutes, et cetera, all the recommendations and the thousands of things that we forget we've done. For today, we have actually approved our unpaid carers strategy. That was in the minutes. So we've all approved that today, and I bet nobody in this room realised they'd actually done that. So it's timely that this motion actually comes to full council. So I hope you take the motion as read, and I'd like to put things into a little bit of context. And we're talking about carers now, and especially unpaid carers. And they, to me, are the silent backbone of society. And how do we define an unpaid carer? These are individuals, often family members, friends or neighbours, who provide help and support to someone who cannot manage without help due to illness, disability, mental health issues, or age-related conditions. They help those cared for in a range of ways. It can be help with washing, it could be dressing, it could be toileting, it could be mobility, or support with eating and drinking. They may help with household tasks, such as cooking, cleaning, laundry, or shopping. They may help with administering or reminding about medication, or acting as advocates for the individuals concerned. Most importantly, they can provide companionship, emotional reassurance, and support mental health and well-being. As I mentioned, many are direct family members and don't see themselves as carers, as is just part of their relationship as a spouse, a parent, a child, etc. They often struggle to balance work, studies, and other family relationships, and it can lead to strain, isolation, and financial hardship. Many have caring duties landed on them unexpectedly. So let's look at the scale of the issue. It has been well established that the economic value of unpaid carers in the UK is estimated across the whole of the UK at £184 billion per year, £162 billion in England and Wales alone. And that's almost the equivalent of the total NHS budget of £189 billion. This value is 4 times higher than the total public spending on adult social care. 12 million people in the UK are currently providing unpaid care. 1.9 million carers provide more than 35 hours of care per week, a 70% increase over the past 2 decades. 1.2 million carers live in poverty and 400,000 in deep poverty. 600 people a day give up work to start caring duties. 73% of working carers find it stressful to juggle work and care. 70% of carers report having a long-term health condition. 79% feel stressed or anxious, and 49% feel depressed due to their caring role. So let's look at our local context. In the 2021 census, there were approximately 30,600 unpaid carers in the East Riding. That's by their own admission in the census. If you average that out over our respective wards, it's roughly 1,000 to 1,500 carers in each of our wards across the East Riding. And of those 30,600, 15,000 are providing less than 20 hours of care per week, 5,600 are providing 20 to 49 hours a week, and 9,660 are providing more than 50 hours per week care to the people they're caring for. Only around 3,700 carers are registered with our Carers Support Service, which is 8 times fewer than those identified in the census. Carers need support more than ever with our growing elderly population. Carers allowance nationally has been raised slightly by a few pence to £83.30 per week from £81.90. However, to qualify, you must provide at least 35 hours of care per week, earn no more than £196 per week, be aged 18 or over, and not be in full-time education. The weekly earnings limit of £196, and that equates to 16 hours at the national living wage, is a cap. If you earn £1 more than that, you lose your total carers allowance. And so many people have fallen into that trap and ended up having to pay back substantial amounts of money, and the DWP and others catch up with them. Totally unlike universal credit, where there's a tapering effect, the more you earn, the less benefit you get. There's a cliff edge for this, which I think is absolutely wrong. So I'm asking that we support to write to the Secretary of State to first of all urgently address how money from carers allowance is treated in relation to universal credit, to change the rules around part-time earnings to allow unpaid carers to do more work, and to simplify the system for unpaid carers to calculate allowances and expenses. I'd like to pay great credit to our carers support group and the support this council provides to carers, which I think is exemplary, both in the East Riding and compared with our neighbouring authorities, and the people that make up the Carers Action Group, who are a very positive group of people, most who have had caring duties in their lives. So I also realise that this motion focuses mainly on adult carers. I'm sure Councillor Aitken will have to say a little bit about young carers, so I've concentrated on adults, but there was a superb advert in the paper the other day. I came across purely by accident, and it says, if you're a young person, what feels more important than the first day of term, meeting your mates at the school gates, lessons, going to the park, hanging out, running about, bike rides, your best friends, studying for exams? No, it was caring for mum. Because we mustn't forget those young carers. So I hope you can support today's motion. And another thing I've learned over the years is share it with the opposition. And so I'm delighted Councillor Phoenix will be seconding this. Thank you.
Councillor Phoenix, the second, please.
Councillor Owen, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm not going to quote all the figures again that Councillor Owen's already shared with you. The number of full-time unpaid carers in Britain has soared by 70%. Millions of us, many of us in this room, are carers or need care as the social care system approaches breaking point. And the number of people providing 35 hours or more per week has increased from 1.1 million in 2003-04 to 1.9 million in 23-24, as a new Institute for Public Policy Research has shown. The research was carried out by Joseph Rowntree Foundation on behalf of the IPPR, reveals a nation of carers, says Liberal Democrat leader Sir Ed Davey, himself a carer, who looked after his mother after her bone cancer and now his disabled son John, and he was 15 at the time. As he says, most care happens not in care homes, but in people's homes, provided by family members, sometimes children, and we do not, as a society, talk about it much. But we are a nation of carers. So I absolutely want to join with Councillor Owen in recognising the immeasurable contribution that they make to our society. Families are being left to navigate a neglected system, paying sky-high costs, sacrificing work to care, and often not getting the support themselves that they need. This new report is calling on the government to provide unpaid carers with care leave, workplace rights and income protection through a national care service. This is a proposed reform to create a universal publicly funded system for social care in England, like the NHS.
So let's not forget the millions of unpaid carers facing big challenges every single day, and they deserve far more support. Carers are far too often forgotten and ignored by people in power. So I appreciate that East Riding of Yorkshire Council has developed a strategy to support unpaid carers in the region. And I'm glad it focuses on increasing awareness of the role of carers amongst the public, health and social care staff and local employers. So I really hope that you can all come together with us and support Councillor Owen's motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Nolan, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to leave the politics to one side and not go on about the Conservatives' record and how marvellous Labour has been. But just to say that this is a good and important motion. Carers, especially the unpaid, and a lot's been mentioned about looking after families, they're often not appreciated by society. They are heroes, and a reminder that heroes don't necessarily wear capes. So we will support the motion as it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Aitken, please.
Thank you very much, Chairman. So obviously I am rising to speak in support of our remarkable young carers, and they're right across the East Riding. These are children and young people who, despite their age, carry responsibilities that many adults would find challenging. These young carers provide essential care to family members with disabilities, mental health conditions, long-term illnesses. Their contribution is not only profound, it is often invisible. In the East Riding, we are proud to be a community that listens to our young carers and acts on what they tell us. Their voices have shaped our understanding of what matters most: being recognised, being supported, and being given the chance to thrive, not just survive. As one carer put it to me, sometimes I feel like I'm the adult in the house. I help with everything, but no one at school really knows what I do. Another shared, I love my family, but it's hard. I miss out on things my friends get to do. I just want people to understand. These voices remind us that caring responsibilities can affect education, social life, and mental health. That's why East Riding Council is committed to providing the current offer for young carers. We are working with them directly alongside partners to gather feedback and intelligence that shape future support and systems. Our priorities here at this council are very clear. They're protecting the vulnerable, empowering and supporting communities, and helping children and young people to achieve. But these are not just council priorities. These are moral imperatives. We've seen progress, and stakeholders have led various events which have brought together voices from across the region to focus on improving outcomes for young carers. One of the most moving contributions came from a junior carer who created a video featuring their team mascot, Thor, the young carer's cat. They wrote the script themselves and said, "I wanted to show what it's like to be a young carer in a fun way. It's not always easy, but we're proud of what we do." So let us to continue to champion their needs as well. So I fully support this motion, but I'm reminding us all that there is more to caring than is built into this motion alone. We need to celebrate the strength of these young people and commit to building a system that reflects their reality. So let's ask ourselves, as corporate parents and community leaders, would this be good enough for my child? I'll just leave you with that thought. But I obviously will be supporting this motion. It's very, very important.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Healy, please.
Thank you, Chair. Well, we are well accustomed to seeing well thought through motions on the important subject of care from Councillor Owen. And I'm pleased again to see cross-party collaboration on this important subject, which, let's face it, will touch everyone at some point in their lives. I think we can all welcome the new unpaid carer strategy because we all voted for it, as Councillor Owen pointed out. I was at the Cabinet meeting observing when it was discussed, and I do urge people to to look at cabinet minutes if they don't attend cabinet, so that they can see the important discussions that are taking place. Every day, millions of people across the UK give their time and their energy and often their personal lives to care for a family member or a friend, and they do it without pay and often without the support that they truly deserve. And we know the scale of their contribution. The figures are clear. Councillor Owen mentioned this. £162 billion every year, saving the government revenue. Our health and social care system would simply collapse without them. And yet, what is the reward for this extraordinary contribution? It is a meagre carers allowance, endless complexity with universal credit, and far too often a lack of respect. It is both disappointing and unjust. And as has been said, 44% of adult carers provide more than 35 hours of care every week. That's a full-time job, but without pay, without respite, and often without the service support they need. Many suffer poor health, stress, and social isolation as a result. And that's not acceptable in a society that calls itself fair and compassionate. So this motion today says clearly the government needs to change course. It must recognise the value of carers and their right to proper support. And in particular, it's calling for better coordination between welfare and care services, so carers are not penalised by universal credit in the way that Councillor Owen just described. Changes to the rules on part-time work, so carers can work more hours if they wish, without losing the support. And an emergency backup system for carers, so they know help will be there when the situation becomes too difficult to carry on. Now, this should not be an idealistic wish. It's a matter of basic fairness. It's also a matter of sound policy. Because without unpaid carers, the demand on the NHS and social care would be overwhelming and far more expensive than supporting carers properly in the first place. So today, let us send a clear message from this council that we do recognise the worth of our carers, that we demand change in government policy so that those who care for others are properly supported themselves. Carers are not asking for favours, they are asking for fairness. Let us stand with them and pass this motion with united support. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Whitaker, please.
Thank you, Chair. Gosh, I feel like I'm being shown a lot about myself today, but I'm going to share a little bit more. In the last month, my beautiful mum has had 3 operations. She's 81 years old. The last one was a bit of a shock because she was expecting to have a stent fitted on the 16th of October, decided it was a good idea to take a microwave to her car, ended up being rushed into hospital and actually had the operation on Thursday. Now, as somebody who, as we know, works full time and I'm also a counsellor, I have been backwards and forwards to hospital looking after her. She's been staying at my house. And I have to say, it has only been a month and I am exhausted. I cannot comprehend children going to school and having to do schoolwork. I cannot comprehend having to this go on for longer than this has actually gone on for. I am in total admiration for those that do it. But I would also say, whilst we're talking about cost, the cost of hospital parking has been horrendous. If you are there for 2 hours, it is £5.40. If you're there for over, then it goes up to 24 hours. It's £7.40, I think. If you have to go out because you have to go pick something up, that cost starts again. I've got to say, in the last month, I have spent a fortune on hospital car parks. I am in a lucky position that I could afford that. But for those unpaid carers that are having to do it, my heart goes out to them. We absolutely should be supporting them as much as possible. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Henderson, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to highlight some areas of my experiences. First, I think it's a brilliant motion that you've brought to the council, and it gives us a great opportunity to voice and stand up for carers. I've worked directly with young people who've cared for their parents and grandparents of disabled carers and the challenges that they face. This work has been through my role with the NHS in CAMS, and it's really impacted their mental health and their emotional well-being, and having to go to school and do exams and focus on their future while caring for their parents is so stressful for the people of that age, and no one of that age should go through that. Additionally, just to highlight something else, when minimum wage increased, it pushed some people's part-time earnings. They maybe earned £12 more than they should have, and that resulted in them losing benefits in terms of supporting the people that were caring. I mean, what's £12 in today's society? And then penalised maybe £30 benefit. They've been coming to the Cherry Centre to seek advice and support around this because benefits have been cancelled. And my last point would be the young people who attend youth club are carers. We've got in my ward, we have 11-year-olds, 12-year-olds who are caring for the younger siblings. And it's heartbreaking to see that they are struggling for the support of local authorities and finance. And it's left to third-party sectors to step in and support these families. And it needs to be addressed. So I will be voting in favour of this motion, and thank you for bringing it.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Meredith, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now, we've already spoken about the financial burden, about the physical toll, and so I won't go into any further details on the points that have already been raised. But there was something that's not been touched on at all as yet, and something that I couldn't let this debate conclude without bringing up. Specifically, the opportunities missed. If you are a carer and you are a young child, you don't get to go to the park after school and play with your friends and play football. You go home because that's your priority. You want to. You don't mind missing the football because you want to look after the family member who needs your care. If you're an older person like me, you don't go on holiday. I can't leave my mother, who I'm a carer for, to fend for herself for days or weeks at a time. So I can't go away. So I'm sorry to say, you're all stuck with me. I'm going nowhere. But the simple truth is that you can't actually balance and juggle a life when there is something else to balance and juggle. There are only so many hours in the day, days in the week. And so something that I wanted to stress when concluding this discussion was that I have no doubt, but based on the conversation, we'll all be supporting this. But at the same time, it's such a bigger picture than we can possibly comprehend or even put into words in a meeting such as this, in a chamber such as this. We debate all the controversial, all the complicated topics, but to encapsulate someone's entire life is beyond our gift. I live it and I still can't describe it. And that was why I was so glad to see Councillor Owen be the one to put his name to this as the relevant portfolio holder, as the man without a shadow of a doubt in this room, the one with the most experience. Councillor Felix is the chair of the relevant scrutiny committee, who's overseen the scrutiny of the unpaid carers policy. These are the two people that were able to put this point of view forward the strongest, with the most knowledge, with the most expertise. And everybody who's spoken on their experiences on this, I'd just like to say thank you to you all, because what you've done is you've added weight, you've added character, you've added understanding and a sense of reality to something that would only ever be a piece of paper were it not for the stories we've all shared. So I just wanted to conclude with that and thank everybody, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor. Seems no more councillors wanted to talk. I ask Councillor Owen to close the debate, please.
Yes, thanks very much, Chair. And I think it's only fair to say that Councillor Meredith actually came to me with this suggestion for motion from one he'd seen elsewhere in the country a couple of months ago. And it tied in so well with us talking about the unpaid carers strategy. So all thanks to him for bringing this to the fore. And I did suggest, why didn't he want to put this motion forward? He said he was too close to the topic himself with his own caring duties. So I thank him for that. I did reflect after I'd sat down that one of the dangers in the caring world is I cared for my mother for probably 4 or 5 years, but at a distance. She lived 15 miles away. And I spent years, disappearing in the middle of the night, phone call, go up, get back in bed, blah, blah, blah. I didn't think twice about it at the time. And it's only when you look back, you realise you did have caring duties. The sad thing is, once she was in a care home, then she passed away. Within 3 months, your life gets back to normal and you forget all about those caring times and you forget other people still going through it. So it's remembering all the time there are people out there doing this. So thank you for supportive comments and thank you, I hope, for supporting this motion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Right, we're going to the vote. You know what you're doing. Thank you. Thank you, that is carried. Moving on to the next one, Councillor Cousins, please.
Thank you, Chair. I need some advice over how to do this. The motion as published has one word change proposed and accepted. And that is in part 2 of the motion, the word expect should be changed to encourage. And just for people on YouTube, I will read out the motion in full. And the motion is that this council believes in recognising the importance of young people for the future prosperity of the East Riding, and considering central government election reform proposals moving the voting age to 16, that this council has a responsibility to provide information in an accessible format so the next generations of voters can make sensible, educated choices through access to safe material. The council resolves, 1, to ask officers to produce an outreach pack to be taken to every subscribing school in the county. This pack will outline the basics of democracy, the function of local government, including East Riding of Yorkshire Council and Hull and East Riding Combined Mayoral Authority, the role of a councillor, citizenship, British values, and the importance as part of the civil contract to cast your vote. Part 2, to encourage all ward councillors supported by officers to visit every participating school in their wards to help deliver the outreach programme. This will be completed in conjunction with the National Youth Parliament process. 3, to ensure that there is sufficient resource to deliver the dedicated youth outreach programme. Now, I am a proud Yorkshireman, a proud Englishman, proudly British and proudly European. Most of all, though, I'm the proudest for having been duly elected as one of the representatives for Pocklington Provincial Ward, the biggest by number of elector in the East Riding. I was elected by 1,864 votes out of 15,280 eligible electors. 5,124 ballots were issued, and I got 36.54%, but the overall turnout was a mere 33.53% of people that could be bothered. I'm sure many of you are in a similar position. Now, I knew that local democracy was poorly supported at the time. Indeed, in the campaign, the pledge that I made was to try and encourage more people to participate in local democracy, to the point of saying, and probably much to the chagrin of my colleagues here, that go out and vote. I don't care who you vote for, but vote. Or even spoil the papers if you must. Knowing that only 33.53% of the voters care enough to influence what we do in this chamber is quite depressing. Maybe it's a reflection on how well we are doing. But to be honest, I'm not sure that they even know. Do they know that it's not all about potholes, poor driving and pavements? Do they know the importance of education, of adult social care, tourism, waste and resource management, health, well-being, safety? The list goes on. And I was very unsure about how to get this message across about how precious and how fragile local democracy is, and how people owe it to society as a whole to be involved, have their say, cast a vote. I was minded all along to promote some form of outreach programme into communities, and then a landmark event happened, that moment being that 16-year-olds will get the vote. When I started to read that a variety of polls, including one from the Onward think tank, Channel 4, John Smith Centre and many more, were reporting that up to 52% of young people think that the UK would be a better place if a strong leader was in charge who does not have to bother with Parliament and elections, this became of paramount importance. That statistic is an outlier, but were many way above the 30% mark. It's a common theme that young people felt let down by mainstream politics to a point where they may feel that they would be better under an authoritarian or dictator state. I think that's quite troublesome to anybody within this chamber. An outreach programme for young people designed to fit in with the curriculum and support youth elections through the youth parliament process, telling young people what the council does, what democracy does, and what we as councillors, bastions of democracy, do, seemed like the way forward. I'm honoured to have received full support from the officers who've given their time and input into and been crucial in the crafting of this motion. I'm particularly honoured that Councillor Aiken agreed to second this, as it truly is important that this is a cross-party and transcends politics. It's about democracy. It's about the importance of taking part, of having a say. As we were developing this, the Electoral Commission stated that in order to get people ready to vote at the age of 16, we would need to start educating our young people from the age of 11. So around the turn of primary school into secondary school, which is exactly what the officers were promoting. This is no longer a nice to have, but an essential part of the responsibilities as a council. Taking each of the action points in turn. The outreach programme. I would prefer all schools across the East Riding to be involved, but obviously we don't have full control of that. We don't have control of academies and private schools, but I would like to offer this to all of them, and it would be for them to subscribe. The team have outlined some ideas, the outreach team, the youth services team, have outreached some ideas that would be included. I should also include democratic services in this as well. We're also involved. And it's what is the East Riding of Yorkshire Council? What are the main responsibilities and what does it deliver? Ditto the combined mayoral authority and the differing roles in democracy. British values being democracy, the rule of law, individual liberty, mutual respect and tolerance. Something around historical contents which was put in because of the UK government emphasising the importance of promoting social cohesion and preventing extremism, brought in 2014 and starting as far back as the Magna Carta. Importance in society. Understanding and upholding British values is essential for fostering a cohesive and inclusive society. They're embedded in the UK educational system and are promoted through various initiatives to ensure that all citizens appreciate and respect these principles and help contribute to a stable and harmonious community. An interactive session based on the 5 W's: what, why, who, when, where. This principle emphasises the importance of participation in the democratic process. Every citizen has the right to vote and have their voice heard in government decisions, ensuring accountability and representation in a parliamentary system. An interactive session based on how, by embracing these values, individuals can play a vital role in shaping a fair and just society that respects diversity and promotes equality. These are all linked through the SMSC curriculum and Key Stage 2. Part 2, ward councillors. Basically, I'm afraid this is a bring your parent to school day. Supporting the outreach programme and officers give a personal perspective to the position and why you are a councillor, the importance of being an elected representative and why you got involved. Now, I do realise that this might not be for everyone, but I do believe that young people are our residents and deserve the same representation as everyone else. I personally have said to officers that if some councillors are unable to attend or feel that they are unable to do this, I, with reason, would take up that mantle. And I believe that this is of such importance that I'm willing, with others probably across this chamber, to act as champions to ensure the full rollout of the programme. Finally, resourcing. Now, understanding that an outreach programme requires resourcing, I'm asking for the relevant team to be empowered to deliver the programme. The team are passionate about taking this programme into schools, and I've no doubt that they'll jump through hoops to do so. I realise that this is not for full council, but I would hope that come budgeting time, consideration will be given to Councillor Aitken and her requirements to push this programme forward during those budget discussions. I can't tell you how important I believe this is, and I am proud to bring this to council as my first motion, and I hope you all support it and vote for it. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you very much indeed, Chairman. Councillor Cousins, I am genuinely pleased to second this motion today because I believe in its spirit and its purpose, and it's nothing to do with party politics. It's about doing the right thing for our young people across the East Riding. With the possibility, as already mentioned, of the voting age being lowered to 16, we here have a responsibility to help the next generation understand how democracy works and why their voice matters. The outreach proposed is a motion, in this motion is a brilliant way to do that. It's practical, it's inclusive, and it builds on what schools are already doing through the citizenship curriculum, which includes things like promoting students' understanding of British values. And this is an essential part of fostering a cohesive and inclusive society. Now, while citizenship is a statutory subject for secondary school level, it's not mandatory in primary schools. That means some children may not get the chance to learn about voting, parliament, or the role of local government until much later. This outreach programme fills that gap. It makes sure every subscribing school, regardless of age group, gets consistent, accessible information about how our democratic system works. And I would be very surprised if our academies don't actually jump at this opportunity as well. It's not just about handing out materials. The motion asks councillors to go into schools and help deliver the programme. That's powerful. It shows young people that we're not just names on a ballot paper, that we're real people who care about their communities and want to hear from them. Linking this to the National Youth Parliament process gives students a chance to get involved, not just learn from the sidelines. Now, on the third point about resourcing, I absolutely agree that we need to make sure that this programme can be delivered properly. But I also think we need to be mindful of the pressures on budget. So I'd suggest that we ask officers to investigate what's possible within existing resources and partnerships and come back with some options. That way we can move forward responsibly and make the most of what we already have. And I'll be happy to champion that. And finally, as we move forward, let's remember that decisions, however well-intentioned, can have unintended consequences. That's why it's so important that we listen to the voices of our young people and develop this programme with them front and centre. Their insight, their lived experience, their enthusiasm for change should shape how this outreach looks and feels. Through their shared ownership of the outreach, together we can and will promote a key message. Individuals can play a vital role in shaping a fair and just society that respects diversity and promotes equality. So let's give them the tools to understand their rights, their responsibilities, and their power to shape the future. I hope everyone here will support this motion, and I hope officers will take forward the additional points I've raised today about financing this responsibly and ensuring young people are actively involved in shaping the programme. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Healy, please.
Chair, thanks. I think this is one of the most important motions that's been brought to this chamber because it really does give us an opportunity to make something happen. You know, it's not just about writing to a minister or something like that. I'd like to thank Councillor Cousins and Councillor Aitken for her support. for bringing forward this motion, which is both thoughtful and timely. It's cross-party, and it speaks, I think, to the very foundations of our democracy. And I know that Councillor Cousins has given it a lot of thought over several months to get it absolutely right. He could have brought it in July, but he wanted to get it right, and to make sure that officers were involved, and indeed collaboratively with the cabinet and with Councillor Aiken as a portfolio holder. With the voting age now at 16, we actually do have a duty across all our parties to ensure that young people are not only given the right to vote, but also the knowledge and the confidence to use that right well. Democracy is strongest when it's inclusive, and that inclusivity depends on understanding. And the outreach pack proposed is a simple, it's practical, it's a very powerful idea, and will give every school in the East Riding clear, accessible information about, as has been said, the basics of democracy, the role of government, the role of local government, the role of the combined mayoral authority, responsibilities of councillors, citizenship, British values, and most importantly, the act of voting itself. And why does that matter? Because democracy doesn't sustain itself. It depends on each generation renewing it, learning how it works, why it matters, and how to take part. And if young people who turn 16 suddenly find themselves eligible to vote, but have never been shown how the system functions, then we risk missing a golden opportunity to build lifelong democratic habits. It's not about party politics. It is about civic confidence. It's about ensuring that when a 16-year-old in the East Riding receives their first ballot paper, they do so with a sense of pride, not puzzlement. I've experienced this with my daughter at the mayoral election. She got a vote for the first time, and she wanted to walk to that polling station. She didn't want a postal vote. I have a postal vote. She said, no, I don't want a postal vote. I want to go and cast my vote. We want young people to really understand what it means, that they know what their council does, what the mayor does, and what their own role as a citizen is. That knowledge is empowering. It turns a piece of paper into a voice. And as has been said, local government often feels distant, even to adults, especially to adults. Turnout's really low. By reaching out to schools with clear age-appropriate resources, we are helping to bridge that gap. We are saying to young people, this council is yours. This democracy is yours. We want you to be part of it. And I'm also struck by the unifying nature of the motion. In an age when politics too often divides, and we've had a bit of that earlier today, we're finishing on a high, I hope. Here is a proposal, and most of our motions today have united us. Let's be fair. Here is a proposal that should unite every one of us, no matter our party. We all depend on a healthy democracy. We all want engaged and informed voters, and we all know that the next generation must be nurtured if local government is to thrive. So let's back the motion with enthusiasm and unanimity, and send a message from this chamber that we believe in young people, that we trust them, and that we will give them the tools they need to play their part. Because, colleagues, democracy is not a spectator sport. It is something we must all take part in. And this motion, it may be quite modest in its ask, but profound in its effect. That helps make that participation real. And I commend the motion to council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Whittle, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I would like to personally thank Councillor Cousins and Councillor Aiken for bringing this motion forward. I think it's incredibly important that we recognise the role of young people in our society and the way in which we can help them by providing unbiased, genuine information, which they can then make an informed decision from. Too often, our young baby bombarded with stuff on TikTok, or yes, I've heard of TikTok, or YouTube, or WhatsApp, or any of these other marvelous social media things, and that information isn't always of the appropriate nature, either age appropriate or information appropriate. And so for this council to take a lead in this and say, yes, let's get our young people involved with democracy. Let's get our young people involved with politics with a small p, please, and give them the information, the facts. from which they can work. Because there's nothing worse than somebody coming along with an ill-formed notion, not motion, ill-formed notion about how things work, then going off piste and getting it all wrong, not through their own fault, but because they haven't been taught, they haven't learned. One thing about our schools and our young people is that we have within them the repository of our future. And that repository must be nurtured, it must be encouraged, but it must be encouraged in the right way. And that is what I hope this outreach pack would do. I know that in the past, when I've been mayor of Hornsey, I've attended Hornsey School with the town clerk and given a few comments about local democracy. Councillor Jefferson and I have engaged in buddying at Hornsey School. And of course, we've had the East Riding Youth Assembly, we've got the new Youth Council, we've got our National Youth Parliament, all of which is in the right area. It's all in democracy. But the people who really matter are the people who are akin to our residents, who may not want to get involved or may not fully understand local government. Their children need to be encouraged to learn, to make informed decisions. So I wholeheartedly commend this motion. I think, along with Councillor Healy, that this is possibly one of the more important motions we have discussed today. And when it comes to the actual workings of said activities, may I be so bold as to be, some of these young people would care to attend full council, that we will be able to demonstrate to them how reasonable, respectable, friendly, considerate people can work in harmony together for the benefit of their residents. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Handley, please.
Thank you. I wasn't going to say anything. You've heard that saying so many times. I'm sorry. I apologise. I just want to say 17 years in education I spent, and I just want to tell you this. UK primary schools are legally required. They're legally required to actively promote democracy of one of the fundamental British values. I absolutely salute you, Councillor Cousins. I think it's a fantastic motion, but I just want to make everybody fully aware that currently it is the law in this country that primary schools and certainly secondary schools actively have to have it on their curriculum. I have been put in front of the school council of 10 and 11-year-olds. It is the scariest place I've ever been. And they ask you things that we would actually think 10 times about, let alone twice about. There is no kind of filter, and they just ask you anything. But I just want to, I fully support the motion. I will support the motion, but it is currently in all the schools in the UK, as in the Education Act of 2002. So to add to that is great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Nobody else wants to speak. Councillor Cousins, to close the debate, please.
I can't say I'm not disappointed. I saw Richard's name come up and I was looking forward to some insightful comments, as always. And thank you, Councillor Handley. I really appreciate your support as well. Yes, officers are aware, obviously, of the fact that this is required as part of the curriculum, and this was there to augment it, to make it real, as opposed to something that's purely academic. And that's why the involvement of us, the councillors, is really key to this. Councillor Aitken, Councillor Whittle, Councillor Healy did far better job of promoting this than I. But all I would say as a final comment is, remember, these people are going to be paying our pension, so we better support them. I hope you'll support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right, going to the vote. You know what you're doing. Yeah, that is carried. Thank you very much. Item 10, questions under procedure rule 7.8I. Councillor Wilcox, please.
Thank you, Chair. Following the Cabinet's decision to finance the replacement of the Council's aged car park machines, payment machines, please may I be assured that the replacement machines will still enable payment by cash or card, as previously resolved by this council.
Councillor McMaster, please.
Yes. No. Again, I'll say the review panel, comprised of cross-party panel of elected members, recently considered all aspects of car parking in the East Riding before bringing their recommendations together for a final report. The review panel acknowledged that the option to utilize cash payments is still of great importance to a significant section of the East Riding population. Taking into account the previous council's resolution on this matter, the panel reaffirmed that cash, alongside card and even payment by phone, should be retained in at least one pay and display machine on every car park. During the current car park meter replacement program, that's a big word this time of the day, big sentence, car parks equipped with multiple machines will undergo a thorough evaluation. This assessment will leverage historical data on cash and card transaction to determine how many machines at each car park will need to continue accepting cash. And I trust that answers your question. Thank you.
Councillor Wilcox, do you require a supplementary?
Well, you dank je, meneer.
Councillor Meredith, please.
Thank you, Chair. So does the leader agree that the recent increase of almost double to parking fees at hospitals such as Castle Hill and Hull Royal is unacceptable, unfair, and those needing to care or visit loved ones, on those who need to care or visit loved ones, as highlighted actually earlier by Councillor Whitaker? And will this exacerbate issues on surrounding streets? Also, that this council's recent investment in increased bus provision can't meet the needs of all every time, and so this will be incredibly detrimental to many.
Councillor Wilkinson to respond, please.
Thank you for the question, which is very relevant to all residents attending hospital at a stressful time and who have to deal with increased parking charges. To clarify, parking at hospitals is operated by a private company, APCOA Parking, and any blue badge holders can apply for a free parking permit, as can any person or family member who are attending Queen's Centre for Oncology. But to ensure other residents with difficulties are able to attend hospital appointments with the East Riding Council, the East Riding Council funds a comprehensive Medibus network. This comprises of 9 door-to-door minibus services, which can be booked by anyone needing access to hospital appointments who does not have access to or cannot use private transport and has no suitable public transport services available to them. Further information is available at Medibus services on the East Riding site. For the use of residents who can replay this on YouTube, because I'm going to give you a lot of information, there are also good bus services from Hull Interchange to Castle Hill Hospital, such as the East Yorkshire bus services 45, 54 and 104. Stagecoach services 111 also provide a direct link from Bransholme and Kingswood to the hospital service, to the hospital. Services from Beverley to Castle Hill include numbers 26 and 180, both of which are funded by East Riding Council. Service 26 also connects Hessel, Anlaby and Willoughby to the hospital. Using bus service improvement funding from the UK government, the council has also introduced a direct bus link from Bridlington and Driffield to Castle Hill Hospital, service number 141. East Riding Council is working closely at senior level with the Integrated Care Board to improve public and community transport information provision at hospitals and other health-related facilities. The council and system partners are also undertaking work to better understand the reasons for non-attendance at hospital appointments, so the information about transport information and services can be tailored to help reduce these. It must, however, be borne in mind that the East Riding Council has been required to act in the past because of residential parking issues in the vicinity of hospitals. This comes at a cost to the council in terms of traffic regulation orders and parking scheme installation. It must also be clarified, however, that this can be because of inadequate staff parking provision as well, and visitor displacement around hospital sites.
Councillor Meredith, do you want a supplementary?
No, Mr. Chairman, I just regret asking about bus routes. I should have saved that for a conversation after. Thank you.
Councillor Aitken, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Does the leader agree that we should be encouraging all parents to take up vaccinations available for their children in response to the introduction of a chickenpox vaccine, in addition to the mumps, measles and rubella vaccinations already available?
Councillor Owen, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, and I can reassure you that this council, led by our public health and comms colleagues, continues to promote and raise awareness around the importance of all NHS routine childhood vaccinations to parents and families across the East Riding. This forthcoming addition to the vaccine schedule, a free NHS chickenpox vaccination, will be offered for the first time to children across England from January 2026, following recommendation by the Joint Committee on Vaccination and Immunisation, leading and trusted experts to the UK government. Vaccination is still one of the most effective public health interventions we have, and the addition of the chickenpox vaccine alongside countries who already do it, such as Germany, Italy and Australia, represents a step forward in protecting our children from preventable illness and serious complications. Whilst a mild illness in most cases, chickenpox can lead to serious health issues and hospitalisation, and in rare cases, complications such as brain and lung inflammation can be fatal. Chickenpox is also particularly dangerous for newborn babies, anyone pregnant or those with a weakened immune system. The chickenpox vaccine will provide around 98% protection to our children. Chickenpox also causes significant disruption for families, with children required to stay off school or nursery, as it can spread so easily, meaning parents and carers need to take time off work, especially in households with siblings dealing with successive cases. The new 2-dose programme will be offered at 12 and 18 months of age, using the combined MMRV, the measles, mumps, rubella, and varicella vaccine, during routine GP vaccination appointments. In essence, just updating the already well-established MMR vaccination, which has been a large focus of our ongoing childhood vaccination campaign in recent years, alongside our local NHS health partners, ICB and neighbouring local authorities, as part of a commitment to protecting children's health and the well-being of our residents. Through direct communications, such as building on our recent childhood vaccination schedule checklist bookmark project, which we shared through all primary school book bags and in the Your East Riding magazine, to digital and poster promotion across our council services, and by sharing information through our channels through schools, early years settings, health visitors and GPs, we will run timely and coordinated updates ahead of the vaccination changes. It's really, really important that we do further myth-busting videos with our health protection leads to address vaccine hesitancy and misinformation. And that's the official response, but I would like to add to that. I was disgusted to hear one of the most powerful men in the world, the President of the United States, and his views on vaccination. You know, the man that decided to drink bleach was going to help with COVID. And secondly, also to be political, our new 19-year-old reform leader of Warwickshire County Council suggesting that chickenpox parties for youngsters was a good way of spreading that immunisation, which is fine till your grandmother dies having been infected afterwards. So that's my personal bit of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Aitken, do you want a supplementary?
Welcome the thought of having some videos, because I think that's a very good way of connecting.
Thank you very much. Councillor Needham, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Does the leader agree with me that whilst we welcome the central government funding of £113 million for faster rural broadband in the East Riding, the contract awarded to Quickline should not be at the environmental detriment of our residents?
Councillor Tucker to respond, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Councillor Needham, for your question. Councillor Needham, as we're aware, access to high-speed broadband services is vital for our economic growth and development of a strong local economy, particularly in rural areas like East Riding. Delivery of many commercial and public services is increasingly dependent on good quality internet access, leading to real disadvantages to those residents and businesses without any high-speed broadband. It is also critical to delivery of the council's digital strategy. In March 2021, the government announced the funding would be made available through the Building Digital UK's Project Gigabyte programme. It hoped that 98% of premises will have access to a gigabyte capable broadband connection by 2032. Although the region is in a good position with gigabyte coverage of 92% of premises of September this year, still leaves 8% of residents without any high-speed broadband. Therefore, this council welcomes the building of the Digital UK investment in the region to improve the broadband connectivity in rural areas. However, I do recognise Councillor Needham's view, and investment should not be at the environmental detriment to residents. This council has oversight of the telecom-related streetworks, and companies are asked to place new poles on council-owned land where possible to ensure minimal impact. In addition to site selection, the council has a duty to coordinate and inspect sites to uphold safety regulations and compliance to that code. This proactive approach helps safeguard public safety, maintains infrastructure and local requirements. One of the guiding principles of Project Gigabyte is to ensure that telecoms infrastructure should be used wherever possible. This means the reuse of any underground existing ducting and poles. And I can only speak for my own area, which is a rural community on the East Coast, and everything that they're putting in is underground. And the majority of which are owned by Openreach, and the sharing agreements are now in place with Quickline. This means the installations of new poles should be minimised as part of Project Gigabyte. The Electronic Communications Code does not allow local authorities to deny permission for new telecoms infrastructure, and it is deemed to be permitted development under the current government planning regulations. Communication providers of any new pole installations and the council may only comment on the detail of the proposed installations to ensure they do not propose a health and safety hazard. So as a result, residents are asked to contact the company if they're concerned about any pole installations and they have a query about the complaint of its installation. So thank you, Councillor Needham.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Needham, you want a supplementary?
Yes, whilst I agree with the need and delivery of this service, would the leader find it acceptable to plan to locate telegraph poles in residents' gardens, erect poles in pavements, not allowing for the passage of buggies or wheelchairs, and not making good the area around such poles when they've been attached?
Councillor Tucker, please.
Yes, Councillor Needham, I can't disagree with you. The problem we have, Councillor Needham, in response to your supplementary question is, we have a planning code that's in process now that was brought by the Labour government, and it was called Permitted Development Rights. And that was just after the war. And then in about 12 years ago, there was a politician called Nick Clegg. You may remember Nick Clegg, the Liberal Democrat and deputy at the time. He opened that up and he promoted that from what's called the office to residence. And that actually gave greater powers to these companies. So our hands are tied behind our backs, basically. But I do agree with Councillor Needham. And I think if anybody's got concerns, contact the providers and contact their ward councillors. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Walker, please.
Thank you, Chair. Will the leader join me in welcoming the far-sighted investment by the East Riding Pension Fund in the Clean Growth Fund for UK startups at the very forefront of net zero technologies?
Councillor Wilkinson to respond, please.
I'd like to thank Councillor Walker for his question. And indeed, we do welcome the East Riding Pension Fund's investments, of which, bear in mind, the East Riding Pension Fund, the East Riding Council is one
of 329 employers. East Riding Pension Fund continues with its diversity investment portfolio, and as part of this, it completed an investment into the Clean Growth Fund 2, started by Border to Coast as part of its ethical investment programme. And it will focus on investment on UK-based early-stage companies developing technologies with the potential to contribute towards net zero. This is part of the fund's commitment to support UK opportunities, which include commitments to both climate opportunities and UK-based opportunities through Border to Coast Pensions Partnership, of which the East Riding Pension Fund is a founding member. The investment has been made as part of a long-term, diversified portfolio seeking to deliver good returns over the long term in support of the fund meeting the performance objectives for the members and employers. This is in line with the investment strategy and statements of the overall approach to responsible investments for the fund. Over the last decade, the fund has performed well in delivering its investment strategy. At the last triennial valuation of the fund in 2022, it was 120% funded, and we are expecting this funding level to rise again when this year's valuation results are published. And I welcome the opportunity to congratulate the pension fund for the far-sighted approach to investments, which have ensured a secure future for all its members, both past, present, and future.
Councillor Walker, would you like a supplementary?
Mr. Chairman, I did, but Councillor Wilkinson's just answered it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Norman, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Does the leader agree that Healthwatch East Riding has been a great ally for governance and feedback for all health service issues, and its route for conversations and data needs to be integral in modern planning and scrutiny for the future?
Councillor Rowan, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, and thank you, Councillor Norman. I think it's important to respond by putting this question in the context of the recent changes proposed by central government around Healthwatch. Healthwatch was established under the Health and Social Care Act in 2012, serving as an independent advocate for patients and communities in health and social care. Its future is uncertain due to the government plans to close Healthwatch England and all local Healthwatch teams, which would transfer the statutory functions to the Department of Health and Social Care. Following a report by Dr. Penny Dash, known as the Dash Review, Healthwatch currently continues to operate independently, focusing on gathering patient feedback and ensuring that community voices are heard in health and care services. The local Healthwatch East Riding has proved to be a good ally for feedback on health service issues, as Councillor Norman asks. It has been a valued route for information and planning, sourcing and seeking feedback on the services provided by the Integrated Care Board and broader health and social care services. I particularly, as Chair of the Health and Wellbeing Board, thank our local Healthwatch for the invaluable input to the board over time, and also their representation on the ICB across the 6 local authority areas. However, our local service will be affected by the proposed national changes outlined in the Dash Review. And on the 12th of August 2025, Healthwatch England confirmed that the government has accepted all 9 recommendations of the review, recommendation 5 relating specifically to Healthwatch. And this is to bring together the work of local Healthwatch and the engagement functions of integrated care boards and providers to ensure patient and wider community input into the planning and design of services. The statutory functions of local Healthwatch relating to healthcare should be combined with the involvement and engagement functions of ICBs to listen to and promote the needs of service users. Personally, I think it's probably a backward step as that independence goes, but while we recognise and thank our local Healthwatch East Riding team for their work over the years of the contract we have with them and their service to this authority, we understand that they will be subject to the changes proposed. And I sincerely hope their independence as a voice of the community and service users will remain and not be lost in any future amalgamation of those engagement services. Thank you.
Councillor Norman, do a supplementary?
I don't, but obviously it's just a shame that it seems like it's changed with changes said. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Nolan, please.
Does the leader join with me in condemning the red paint graffiti appearing on road safety markings in the East Riding, such as roundabouts and pedestrian crossings, thereby causing a distraction and a slip hazard, as well as costing the council taxpayer to remove it?
Councillor Hannah, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you very much for your question, Councillor Nolan. The council recognises the political and social sensitivities surrounding these actions. The council is also responsible for ensuring road safety and the maintenance of our highways, and we take this duty seriously, and so we should. Any unauthorised markings, graffiti or displays that may pose a hazard to road users are investigated and removed where necessary. We will also look to clean or reapply road markings as resources and safety allows, and this is, of course, at an additional cost to our highways maintenance budget, sadly. Where council-owned infrastructure is vandalised, it is being reported to Humberside Police because that actually amounts to criminal damage. We remain committed to maintaining our roads safely for all our users and minimising any unnecessary costs to the taxpayer, and that includes everybody in here because it's our money that's been spent to put these things right. So thank you very much, Councillor Nolan, for your question. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Nolan. Thank you very much. Councillor Healy, please.
So body question. Yes, to the police and crime panel. What is the view of the police and crime panel on the announcement that Beverley Police Station will be closed and the building sold off?
Councillor Bibb to reply.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your question. On the 1st September 2025, the Secretary to the Humberside Police and Crimes Panel received formal notice from the Office of the Police and Crime Commissioner for Humberside that the Police and Crime Commissioner was to commence an online consultation to gather public views on the relocation of Beverley Police Station from New Walk to County Hall. The panel secretary shared the consultation details with panel members, as well as the press release issued by the communications team at the OPCC. As an elected member on East Riding of Yorkshire Council, as well as one of the council's 3 representatives on the Police and Crimes panel, I, alongside Councillor Smith, have requested that the panel discuss the potential relocation of Beverley Police Station to County Hall. The relocation will now be included on the agenda for the panel's next meeting and will allow the members to speak directly to the Police and Crimes Commissioner at a public meeting on his thoughts, opinions and observations on the potential relocation. The panel will discuss the potential relocation of Beverley Police Station at its meeting on the 9th of October 2025. Fortunately, the Chief Constable of Humberside Police will also attend the Police and Crime Panel meeting, which will allow panel members to invite Mr. Todd to comment on the Commissioner's consultation, as well as the operational implications of relocating Beverley Police Station. And just for clarity, this is about relocating the police station, not closing it.
Thank you, Councillor Bibb. Councillor S. McMasters, please. Car Park and Review Panel.
Outside.
Yeah, just to clarify, outside, you only get to ask the one question, that's it. So like I say, we're going on to Car Park and Review Panel. Councillor Sean McMasters, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, members, for sticking around. I was worried for a time that I'd be giving this to an empty chamber. The review into car parking has been an arduous journey, 2 years in the making, and indeed a re-review has been undertaken to get this report to where it is today. It was in this chamber a year ago where this re-review was decided. Members felt that the report was not robust enough and required further reinforcement by the review panel. One of the chief concerns for members, and which took up most of the panel's discussion time, was indeed the recommendation around the introduction of car parking charges where there are currently none, and the vagueness of the original wording of the recommendation. Its initial intention, of course, being to change the current policy of applying charges everywhere. And after being sent back to the panel for further consideration, this was changed to include a consultation period that would include local businesses, residents, town and parish councils, and of course, elected members. This was again found not to be robust enough and required the panel to rethink its position. The panel considered members' concerns and concluded that any future proposal for the implementation of car parking charges, where there are currently none, should be made by elected members of this council. And this is what is now in place. The panel have made sure that the power now rests in the hands of members to decide the future implementation of charges across the county. Ultimately, this review panel has taken some difficult decisions when agreeing its recommendations, and understand that this has been an emotive subject. However, I feel this report provides actionable insights and policy recommendations that can guide this authority into service improvement and long-term car parking sustainability. On behalf of the review panel, I'd like to express my thanks to all those who contributed to this report. As I have already alluded to today on numerous occasions before, it has been a long time in the making, and both the panel and officers have worked incredibly hard. I hope members find this valuable and can agree on the report's contents so that we might pass this review today. This will of course be the last chance to do so, as it is incredibly unlikely that the report will return to the review panel if members decide not to support it today. So, Mr. Chairman, I therefore move that the findings of the review panel be endorsed and the review panel's recommendations be approved as set out in the report submitted. Thank you.
To second, Councillor Blakeston, please.
Thank you, Chair. I would just like to endorse what's just been said, really. I think the fundamental question that everybody had was around the parking charges, where parking charges haven't existed in the past. And if you refer to section 7.8, I believe that the current document makes that really clear. And as Councillor McMaster just said, there's now clear criteria set out for imposing charging, which has never been there before, which is kind of a four-step approach. There's assessment and recommendation to proceed to charging by the officers. There'll then be a presentation to stakeholders, which includes us as ward councillors, town councils and parish councils. That will follow with consultation to members of the public and locally impacted businesses. And then finally, a report which pulls all that together. And I think that's a far better position than we've been in the past. I'd also like to thank the officers for the patience, for their absolute expertise, the research, going back and finding out information and bringing it back to us. And also, I was quite impressed on their eye for future technology and keeping abreast of what's happening elsewhere in the country to make sure that in the East Riding, yes, we can still have parking meters that accept cash and card, but also looking at more sophisticated ways of making best use of our car parks. So I'd like to second this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Redshaw, please.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just say I very much welcome the revised findings of the car park review panel, which finally removes any possibility of extending car parking charges across East Yorkshire. And whilst I'm also happy to note the proposed ban on verge and pavement parking, I do have concerns to how this might be practically implemented, given that I think all our wards have narrow roads on many estates where verge or pavement parking is essential if other vehicles, including emergency vehicles, are to gain access. Thank you.
Councillor Walker, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Begin by offering my thanks to panel chair, Councillor McMaster, but the word missing from the cover is chalice. This review fails to address the elephant in the room, and that's charges. This car parking review ducks the major issue, one that has eluded car parking reviews for decades. And just because it appears in front of us again is no reason to support it. And I don't. Town centre car parks are there to support the commercial heart of the town. It's not there to look at the view. We know that to build successful trading centres, people need access. They need to dwell in a safe and attractive environment. And there needs to be a churn of available car parking. We hear it time and time again from all the built environment studies and consultations. Within the East Riding, some towns have successful centres supported by free car parking, while others must bear some charges on some days. The really challenged ones must pay every minute of every day. Please imagine for a moment how much harder those traders must work to attract the footfall that they need to survive. Add in local areas of deprivation and severely reduced bus routes, and you see the very real inequality which we impose on those communities that are fighting the hardest. Pick a seaside town, for instance, there's only half a hinterland. We're not going to attract any residents from the east, and yet no concession, full price, and to add insult, the monies raised also fund surfacing, maintenance, and contribute to our civil enforcement officers in those flourishing towns with free parking. This is grossly unfair. So many possibilities present themselves, like 2 hours free, and then the same charge right across the East Riding. This would allow a trip to the post office, even with a queue, try on some shoes, and still time for a coffee. Mr. Chairman, talking of shoes, please, can we not hear that poor excuse for inequality again, that we must all wear size 9 shoes? Please ban the phrase. This review should have grasped the nettle, recommended an equitable solution for all town centre car parks, but it didn't. Then it fudged it, and now it's here. It is seeking to enshrine this fundamental inequality because the alternative is too hard to contemplate. Mr. Chairman, if it isn't unconstitutional to recommend a deliberately unequal financial burden, then it should be. This is just plain wrong. I reject this review, and I urge all members to send it back to take the hard decisions that have been sidestepped so far. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Tucker, please.
Thank you, Chairman. And I'll start by saying this is one of those rare occasions I find myself at odds with a member from the Green Party. But that being said, I'll give my reasons why. In some ways, this is reminiscent of the Ghost from Christmas Past, isn't it? I mean, we seem to go around in circles on this. What I'd like to do is I'd like to pay tribute to the review panel because they've had a tough job to do and it has gone round in circles and it does keep coming backwards and forwards. I think it's in the place where it should be now, and I commend the panel for that. I will be supporting this because I think the safety mechanisms are in place, particularly around charging, about coming back to members. So I pay tribute to you and I will be supporting you. And sadly, I am at odds with a member from the Green Party on this very rare occasion. Thank you.
Councillor Meredith, please.
Thank you, Chair. Excuse me. So I could speak on this topic for hours, and indeed I believe I did at the last 4 council meeting, and I could touch on every recommendation in soul-destroying detail. But I won't, because I'm feeling generous. So I'm simply here now speaking to everyone to ask to support the this review panel, not because it's late or even because I have another meeting in 24 minutes, but because this review addresses the problem of charges exactly as was instructed by this chamber last year. I want to remind everyone, as Councillor McMaster stated, that the current policy is to implement charges on every East Riding owned car parking space in the county. That is the current policy and has been for over a decade. So therefore, we were strengthening the recommendation at the review panel as this chamber instructed be done. That was the sticking point at last year's debate, so that the new charges could be prevented in the strongest possible way. The recommendation says that a vote must be held in this room by members here. Now, I don't think any of us are daft enough to be turkeys voting for Christmas, and so there is no stronger protection than what is being recommended here today. It can't be any clearer, it can't be any more robust. And also, I would point out that the last recommendation was designed to achieve that very outcome. It was designed to have both eligibility criteria, which quite frankly could never be met, and consultation requirements that quite frankly would have started riots. And so this is effectively the nuclear option of the intention last time, where we were with gusto. And I want to remind everyone that it has been 2 years of this panel's hard and diligent work to get to this point and to result in this change. And that this has only come about, and I make no apologies for it, because I suggested the subject at the January 2023 workshop setting meeting of the Overview and Management Scrutiny Committee. And so anybody out there who, for example, might be claiming that they've prevented car parking charges in their wards, I feel very sorry for those who need help either for mythomania, which is compulsive lying, or worse yet, believing that they're me. I can't imagine a worse fate than thinking you're me. I struggle with it myself. Lastly, and to address Councillor Walker's points, I would say that there is a need for a two-tier approach for two different parking solutions. We have areas like Pocklington, Market Wheaton, Cottingham, Hessel, Willoughby, Anlaby, and that's just on that western stretch. They all have out-of-town shopping facilities very, very near to them in proximity. You put charges in those settlements, you kill those settlements. We have other areas like Beverley, like Bridlington, like Driffield, where if you don't have charges there, people park there all day. Staff park there, so customers can't get there. There's no turnover of spaces. There is a need for two approaches. In the same way, there's a need for more than one size of shoe, Councillor Walker. Size 9s for everybody is a favourite saying of mine because equality and fairness are not synonymous. Now, the point I would make here, Mr. Chairman, is the parking arrangements in each individual ward are the responsibility of each individual ward councillor. And I see Councillor Jeffries is next to speak, and I'm sure he has some frustrations that we've discussed previously about the specifics of arrangements in Goole. But please don't expect this review panel to do your ward work for you. Support the review panel that empowers, enables and emboldens you, and do your ward work yourself. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councillor D. Jeffries, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, it's always a poison chalice, this one, and when you read through all this, but I do agree a lot with Councillor Walker. When you look at the amount of there's 64 car parks and only 6 pay, and it's not fair. I don't care what anybody says about this. I know you've done a hell of a lot of work on the panel itself, but the whole point of it is when you look at Google. There's 3 towns in Goole, I think it was, or 3 places, sorry, where the rate of shops emptied is Withensea, Goole, and Old Goole, and it's 14%. 14% empty shop rate. Well, you know, we're trying at the moment. We're trying to get more people into the town centres, and it's more difficult because they look at the price of the car charging, and they look at elsewhere. We've got examples where people go to Pocklington. Get there, park all day, get on the bus and go to York because they don't want to pay 10 quid. You know, it's not fair. You know, we should be having this equalness across it. I mean, funny enough, it's in our opening prayers, we're here not just for parochial reasons, we're here for fairness, and it's not fair. And I just feel, I mean, there's free parking in Goole, and it gets abused. You know, you go down there at 10 o'clock in the morning, you can't find a parking space at all because they're sat there all day until 5 o'clock. And it's not right, you know. So I agree what was being said about a lot of things, but I do agree with Councillor Walker. You know, this should have been grasped. And we all were at the financial meeting the other day. We know the situation what's happening. But I think we really just need to get a level playing field on this parking. And it's, you know, when I mean, some of the other things, there's so much to discuss on it, but just regarding charging, I just really feel that it could have been taken on, that we could have done that. Because if you look at it, if you'd have paid charge on every other car park, prices would have come down. I mean, you know, everybody wants the car parks repaired. You know, when a councillor's got one and lights don't work, this don't, you're quick to report it and expect it to be repaired. Well, who's paying for them repairs? Just like the 6 car parks or the 6 areas that are paying charges. So it's not fair, and we need to get it levelled off. But we'll have to wait and see. I mean, you know, but that's my gripe over. But we should have grasped the nettle. We should have really done that and got it straight across the board. And I mean, it would have helped pay for all the extra machines. We'd complain about the machines not working, etc., etc. And now on there's one of them where if it doesn't work, you don't get fined. You know, well, the machines should be up to scratch. They should be renewed. And I just feel that we've missed a chance on this one. That's all. Anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor.
Chairman, I'm not supporting this panel report. I'm sorry, Councillor McMaster, you've done a fantastic job, but I do look for fairness. I look for at least, if not parity, then a way that each settlement can at least manage itself safely and efficiently. Looking at recommendation 1, it offers the opportunity for some turkeys to vote for Christmas. No, it doesn't. It offers members to vote for fees to be increased in their area. I can't see any councillors want to do that. It does not offer the other way around. It does not offer councillors the opportunity to reduce charges in their area because they feel that it is essential to do so. So I will not be supporting this panel.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Healy, please.
Chair, I really do feel that it's about time that this was put to bed. This has been round the houses for so many times. Now, the main concern that councillors had, as I recall, were recommendations 1 and 2, and in particular, recommendation 1, which was effectively reserving the right to introduce parking charges in place in areas where it was currently free, and recommendation 2, as it stood then, around Sunday charging. And those were the key areas of concern. And I feel as though the recommendations changes that have been implemented take account of those, because recommendation 1 now is effectively saying that elected members in this chamber will have the say, will have the final say, not officers, but members. And that is what the concerns were. Our residents were concerned about the impact on their local economies of the parking charges. So those recommendations have been addressed. The issue of the situation in other places, there has been great discussion and debate about this. I mean, I do recognise that some councillors haven't actually got what they would have wanted out of this. But there has been a fair process. And, you know, in a democracy, you know, you win some and you lose some. But to not accept this now because some councillors are still dissatisfied, well, it just seems a very strange thing to do, to not accept it. I think it's as good as it's going to get. The review panel has put a lot of work in. Like it started, Councillor McMaster, Councillor Meredith, all been involved in chairing that review panel, I think, at certain stages. That's right. And it's 2 years. So I think the time has come. I think we have to accept that we've got a good settlement for our residents in the fact that this council, these members in this chamber, will have the final say on introducing parking charges where there are currently none, and also on Sunday parking as well. So I will be supporting the review.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Nolan, please.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't been on the panel for that long, but I can sympathise and feel the concern that this is becoming a zombie panel. It's sort of just, you think it's got a settlement and then it's suddenly been raised again and it's coming back. And I could see Councillor McMaster really welcoming the panel again. It's like a hole in the head. But no, I think it's important to say that not all car parks are equal. Not all car parks are equal. If you look at, for example, the areas of tourism, you've got a lot of tourism pressure. There's other areas where it's there's a lot of commuters and workers, and so you need car parking charges. There's also an element of historical reasons. I think in areas of Halton Price, that they didn't bring charges in, but they did in parts of Boothbury and parts of Holderness in the past. So there's a historical mix as well as they're not all equal. But I can tell you that as a Hessel councillor, I have been amazed at how emotive this issue is for the residents in Hessel, how they feel so strongly about it, for what is not a lot of money, but they just feel it's sort of beggars belief. And I think, you know, the Lib Dems put a petition in of about 6,000 signatures. Labour got in before them with about 600, you know, within a couple of days. And it is just such an issue. And also the shopkeepers are opposed to it. You'd have thought some shopkeepers would think, great, it will turn over the parking, because people will come in and then they'll move. But that's not how it's seen. It's seen as the threat is that the out of town nearby big retail parks where it's free, they will get even more custom and it'll take it away from the town centre. We also have a local issue with congestion by shop workers parking in nearby streets and in the car park. If you bring charges in, they'll be displaced to the nearby already congested roads, and it will cause even more of a problem. So I just, you know, the policy we've got now is the council can relook at it. You know, at the next budget process, the council could look at it. It comes to council to be voted on. And so there is a bit more flexibility than there was before. So it's not the end of it. I would like to say car parking charges have gone. That's not quite what the report says. What it says is it can be looked at, but it will be members deciding. And so it's not closed forever. But I would say the idea that we somehow just sort of send this back off to another you know, reiteration and probably end up with the same thing in another year's time. And all the aggro it's causing, if we go through the consult, we know what the consultation would say. It would be violently against car parking charges being brought into those areas that don't have them. And it will be a lot of about emotion. And really, I think the officers have got better things to do at their time than you know, go through that process. So I'd urge members to back the report as it is, and let's put this to bed.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Jefferson, please.
I just want to say, having sat here all this time, that this council usually makes a good decision after everyone's spoken. Some people will get what they want, and some people won't get what they want. Unfortunately, I'm speaking for Hornsey and being parochial. We have got car parking charges, and Hornsey is heaving with people who come and visit because it's such a beautiful place. However, what you've got to remember, you've also got residents, and residents can't get near their own homes because people don't want to go on the car parks. They're going to park in front of everybody's house. We can't get rid of, and I hear what's been said. There's been so much effort gone into it, but somehow where we charge, as in Bridlington and Hornsey, we're not getting reprieve from it. Withensea doesn't pay at all and never have. We've always paid. In Beverley, you don't pay on a Sunday. Hornsey has always paid. We pay 7 days a week. So there's a little bit here that's not quite fair to me. So quite obviously, I say you've done a fantastic job. Felicity did a fantastic job, but I can't go for it because I've been asking for a car parking review since what, 2022? And we're nowhere near getting a car parking review. We're right down there. So you can imagine what my residents are going to say tomorrow to me. So I'm saying it to you today. I'm going along, obviously, dare I say, with Councillor Walker and Councillor Norman, because we're stuck with it.
And it's all right saying that it's going to be up to the ward councillors to decide. I can't get these car parking charges taken away. You're not going to allow that. You are going to allow other councillors to come in and say, okay, that's a free car park, don't really want it. Oh, we'll have a campaign. We can't do that. We've got it, and our residents suffer because of it. So how about saying that in fact a car parking review could be due with, if this goes through, car parking review for Bridlington and Hornsey, top of the list. That would probably help my residents. Thank you.
Point of order, which paragraph of the Constitution are you referring to, please?
I'm going to have to ask for Mr. Menzies' help on this. It was a reminder to everybody that the voting this down will maintain the status quo. The status quo does not allow for parking charges in Hornsey or Withensea or Bridlington to be reduced or removed. Therefore, voting this down does not address the grievances that have been expressed by those in opposition to it. And the point of explanation, point of order, and Mr. Menzies' hands on this one, is that there's been a lot of objection to what's being proposed, but voting this down will not address those problems. That's another path, that's a motion, that's ward work. Voting this down isn't to do with the points that have been raised. And I just felt that needed to be said, Mr. Chairman. I don't know whether it's explanation, order, or just me out of it, but it needed saying.
Right, and in my chamber, if people want to say something, they're allowed. So don't worry about that. Councillor Sean McMasters, to close the debate, please.
Thank you, Chair. It's late. We're all tired. I'll close the debate.
Right, red, green. And that's approved. Thank you very much. Moving on to item 13, proportionality and allocation of places on committees. I move that the details, the following be received, approved as recommended, that the allocation of seats on the ordinary committees of the council are set out in section 3 of the report to be approved. To second, Vice Chairman, please.
Beg to second, Chair.
Right, please vote using the buttons on the microphone, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. Enjoy what's left of the evening.
Yeah, that is carried. Just say thank you all very much again. Hate not debate. We're all here for one reason, to look after our residents' opinions. We're allowed to say what you want in my chamber when I'm in the chair. Obviously, be nice, be polite as you can be. But thank you all very much. It's been an interesting day again. Thank you all very much.